House will come to order. Today, the pledge will be led by Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Doherty, Rep. Doherty
Excused.
is excused. DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Dixon, Duran, English, Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Rep. Froelich, oh, there she is. Garcia, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Hamrick,
Here.
Hartsook, Harrod's excused. Holtorf, Judah, Joseph, Kip, right there, Leader, Lindsay, Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow. I think she left. Oh. Morrow is
Excused.
excused. McCormick. McLaughlin's excused. Michelson, Janae. Ortiz.
Here.
Parenti. Puglisi. Ricks. Sharbini. Sirota.
Excused.
Snyder. Soper. Story. Taggart. Titone. Valdez. Velasco. Vigil. Weinberg. Weissman. Wilford. Wilson. Winter. Woodrow. Young. And Madam Speaker.
Here. With 60 present and 5 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
And it is an honor to serve with you.
Members, good morning. Well, you haven't even heard what I have a picture that I'd like to be displayed. Chico is my 10-year-old diabetic, blind Chihuahua. And you can sponsor him with just one I vote. So, Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Thursday, March 9, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, for Chico, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. For Chico, the motion is adopted. Announcements. Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you. And good morning, everybody.
Honor to serve with you.
It is, I think, Friday, March 10th, and we have a birthday. Capitol Choir, come on down. Okay. So we are singing happy birthday today to Jarrett, our communications person on this side of the aisle. So here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jared. Happy birthday to you. All right. You got the harmony?
Happy birthday, Jarrett Friedman. All right, members. Our first order of business is continuation of special orders. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez. You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for continuation of special orders. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1219, where we can begin where we left off.
House Bill 1219 by Representatives Froelich and Amabile, also Senators Sullivan and Hansen, concerning establishing a waiting period prior to the delivery of a purchased firearm.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1219 as amended and ask that you all to vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on House? Hold on a second. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you this fine morning.
Honored to serve with you as well.
Thank you. I would like to move Amendment L043 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay. Amendment L43 has been moved and is properly before us. Please continue, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This austere group has heard many, many amendments to this particular bill, and I would like to say that this...
Excuse me for a moment, Representative. Members, can we please take conversations to the windows and to the walls, please? Thank you. Please continue, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm particularly proud to bring this particular amendment before this group this morning, and I will read it. It's brief. The sale of a firearm, amend printed bill, page 4, after line 14, insert, the sale of a firearm to a person who has been the victim of a sexual offense described in Part 4 of Article 3 of this Title 18, if the alleged perpetrator of the crime is not in the custody of a law enforcement agency, or.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L43? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to again highlight that creating waiting periods to attain firearms can prevent vulnerable attacks. I apologize. Waiting periods can prevent vulnerable individuals from accessing firearms for self-defense. This particular amendment is all about one's self-defense. In situations where an individual is in imminent danger, especially when the perpetrator is still at large, these waiting periods can be deadly. Victims of domestic violence, for example, might be in urgent need of a firearm for self-defense. This waiting period, as described in the bill, can prevent them from obtaining the means to protect themselves. You know, it is a natural a right for one to be able to protect themselves. This is recognized in the Constitution and goes back much farther in law, back to English law. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. I think victims of heinous and violent crimes against both men and women, especially as it relates to sexual offense, is particularly heinous. And I think that they should have an exemption from the 3-day waiting period, and urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to me, the most critical part of this amendment is where it talks about the fact that the alleged perpetrator is not in custody of law enforcement. And again, I've unfortunately had to respond to a lot of these calls for service during my law enforcement career. And when we're talking about victims, one of the most important things that we can do is put victims back in the driver's seat. When we're talking these heinous crimes, these crimes of violence, these crimes that assail the very human dignity that people have, putting folks back on the path of healing, putting folks back on the path to where they can be in the driver's seat of their lives again, to where they have the confidence and the security to be able to make decisions when that decision-making was taken away from them, when that dignity was taken away from them, is an absolutely critical step in ensuring that these folks are able to handle the trauma to which they've been subjected. And so, as I look at this amendment here, and I see that we're addressing a situation in which there has been a violent crime, a heinous crime, a crime against the dignity of an individual, and that perpetrator has not yet been apprehended. That is something that can cause a crime victim to absolutely feel that they are out of control, that the person that committed this act against them has not been held to account and is still out there, potentially posing a grave threat to their safety, to their dignity, having not been brought to account for that crime. And so when we have to find ways to help these folks recover from that trauma, to put them back in the driver's seat, one of the ways that can be done, one of the things that can be done, is to give that person some sense of control again. And for some people, that involves bolstering their ability to defend themselves and their sense that they can, in fact, defend themselves. You've heard me talk about teaching concealed carry firearms class. The number of women who take these classes who have either been exposed to a threatening situation or who have had a friend exposed to that threatening situation is significant. We teach a lot of classes to a lot of real estate agents because of situations like this. And they tell me their stories. They tell me, oh yeah, a friend of mine was assaulted. And we don't know where the perpetrator is. And so because of that, because of the fact that a friend of mine was assaulted, perpetrator's not in custody, I'm here today to take this concealed carry firearms class, to get the training that I need to feel like when I'm all by myself, showing houses to somebody that I've never met before, somebody that found me on the internet, I'm back in control. Because putting victims back in control is one of the best things that we can do. And so that's what I see when I see this amendment here. I see that a victim whose assailant has not yet been brought to justice, I see a mechanism by which those victims can be put back into the driver's seat. And my concern is that if we force those victims to wait 3 days or more, that's 3 days or more that they're not back in the driver's seat of feeling safe, feeling secure, feeling confident that they can protect themselves. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Amable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L43? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L43. All those in favor say aye. We will stand at a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Members, a division has been called. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L43? The committee will stand in a brief recess. the committee will come back to order. The question is the adoption of Amendment L43. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. Okay. All those in favor of Amendment L43, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L43 is lost. To the bill, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move L042 and ask that it be displayed appropriately.
All right, just give us one moment. All right, Amendment L42 is properly before us. Please continue, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L042 states, amend printed bill, page 4, after line 14, insert, the sale of a firearm to a survivor of an attempted homicide if the alleged perpetrator of the crime is not in the custody of a law enforcement agency. Or, you know, this particular amendment hits home to me. I have many years of management experience under my belt. I've managed employees directly and indirectly, and have had some really interesting experiences managing employees. Sometimes things don't go well, and you have to separate your arrangement with that employee. You have to terminate them. And sometimes they're not very happy about it. And there have been
Members, excuse me, Representative. Can we please quiet down? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your consideration. There are times when things don't go well, and they don't go well to a point where one is concerned for their very safety or the safety of their other employees or the safety of their family. And that has happened to me. I have been threatened in a situation where an employee was terminated justly. And I have purchased a gun to protect myself. Thank heavens, nothing happened. Thank heavens, cooler minds prevailed. But I will tell you that the first time this happened, my daughter was 14. And I was a single parent. And I didn't have any way to defend myself if this individual came after me, who, by the way, was a former deputy with a gun of his own. I was able to purchase a gun, but There are many situations out there. Life throws you curveballs. Sometimes you don't know what's going to happen. And if you are a victim of violent crime, if you have had someone who has tried to kill you, shouldn't you be able to defend yourself? Shouldn't you be able to save your own life? I say yes. The law says yes. Our Constitution says yes. You have the right to defend yourself. I'm deeply grateful that I had the ability to defend myself and my child. But not everybody is so lucky. I ask for you to understand that not all situations fit into a convenient box. They don't. There are people who are sexually assaulted. There are people who are threatened. There are people who are victims of violence. There are people whose lives have been threatened, or maybe they've been injured. Everybody has the right to defend themselves in this country. This is important. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would very much be grateful for your aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of Representative Frizzell's amendment here. As some of you may remember, I told the story of a couple weeks ago leaving Delta to come to the Capitol and seeing a lot of police activity in North Delta. Pretty much every law enforcement official in Delta at 2 a.m. was out that night. I saw the yellow tape. I had to wait half a week to read about it in the newspaper because the Delta County Independent is only a weekly newspaper, and that's the soonest we can get our news out west. And what happened was a man was shot twice and survived. And then the article went on to say that the shooter was still at large. Law enforcement also said in this article that they didn't believe that the general public was at any risk of this particular shooter, but the victim of the attempted murder was still considered to be in jeopardy, in harm's way. That victim should have the right to be able to purchase a firearm in self-defense, to be able to preserve their own life. If you have someone that you know is out there who wants to take your life, you should be able to have whatever means you choose to defend your own life. And that's what this amendment says. This amendment says you survived one homicide attempt and that you should have the ability to protect your life against someone who wants to come and finish the job. That's why I support this amendment. It's about not having someone be a victim twice, because the second time they may not be so lucky. So I would encourage a yes vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L42? Representative Amable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L42, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L42. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Amendment L42 fails. To the bill, Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L018 and have it displayed.
that has been properly moved, and we're just waiting a moment for it to be displayed. The amendment is now before us. Please continue, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is to after page 4, after line 14, to insert the following: the sale of a firearm to a person who has reason to fear for the person's life or the life of another person. Or, once again, this amendment, as the previous ones, relate very much to the episodes that we have described to you that are real people, real circumstances, real life fears, and they're not so unusual that they couldn't happen to you or I. This amendment simply says if I am so scared that for my life that I should be able to purchase a firearm without waiting for 3 days. I ask for an aye vote for this amendment, please.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I speak to the amendment, the word that sticks out to me is fear. Fear is a pretty powerful word. We fear a lot of things. From the time we're children, we fear. And a lot of us, we overcome fears as we grow older. But the fear of losing your life is a whole different animal. The fear of losing your life is a whole different animal. And to be able to, even for your peace of mind, think that you have the ability to defend yourself, it's kind of shocking to me. We talk about fear in this building a lot, actually. We may not say fear, but we talk about it. And to think that we're going to stop somebody from quelling that fear by exercising their God-given, unalienable right to defend themselves? Fear. Fear is a powerful word. So I ask you, please vote yes on this amendment and help put people's fears to rest with the ability to purchase a firearm to protect themselves. Thank you.
Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This comes back to what I was speaking about earlier and what some of my colleagues, our colleagues, have been speaking about earlier in addressing the fact that if
Excuse me, sorry, Representative Armagast. Can we please have a little bit of quietness in here? Thank you.
When somebody is in fear for their life, if they are a victim of stalking or something where they feel like they need to protect themselves, they need to be able to have the ability to purchase a tool that they can defend themselves with, we can't deny them that fact and basically victimize them by making them wait for a period of time of days or longer before they can get a firearm to protect themselves. If they feel as though they're in danger, if they're in fear for their life, they have the right and the ability, we have the duty to offer that to them, their ability and constitutional right to purchase a tool that they can use to defend themselves. And the only reasonable tool to do that would be a firearm, something that they can address a threat at a distance. They don't have to worry about somebody getting a hold of them or being in their personal space before they can protect themselves. If somebody's in fear for their life, they have the right to defend themselves with physical force up to deadly force and that use of a firearm. We should not be the people to decide if they are able to do that or not because of a waiting period or anything else like that. So I'm in support of this amendment, and I would also urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L18? Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L, division has been called. We will stand in a brief recess, members. The committee will come back to order. The question is the adoption of Amendment L18. A division has been requested. All those in the chambers not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L18, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Please, you may be seated. All those opposed to the adoption of Amendment L18, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L18 is lost. To the bill, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In listening to all of our conversation, there was parts of it that was interesting to me in the fact that they weren't true. So I want to expound on some things. And again, I've worked with many people over the years, almost more than you can count, in relationship to suicide. I've worked with this quite a bit. A study, and there's actually multiple studies, I can bring more if I need to later, but BMC Psychiatry and European Alliance Against Depression, both of those groups had very similar studies. These are multiple page studies that have quite a bit of statistics involved with those. It says that the findings from both studies perfectly match the results that 88% of people that attempt suicide, and it is not fatal, reattempt, that's 88% reattempt suicide within the first 2 years of follow-up. There's a lot of things involved with this particular statistic. One is, we keep hearing this, the fact that suicide is it's an instant decision. Anybody that's worked in mental health and worked with people with suicide knows this is not true. This is something that is built up over a long period of time, and people get caught up in this, this darkness, caught up in this, they feel like they can't get out of this, builds, and they attempt suicide. And they will do this multiple times. The idea that somehow they come in this and then never do it again, it's an impulse, that is not true on any level. These are slow builds, they're over a great period of time, and they are multiple of this. I understand that suicide is part of the discussion within this, and that we have had stories from representatives here of suicide, and I respect that. I understand that. We all have our personal stories. But multiple representatives here have been asking, bring us statistics in any studies that show that these suicides can be prevented by a 3-day waiting period for a gun. Thousands of suicides, which ones were done during that 3-day period after purchasing a gun? Because that's what this bill is about. And there are no studies that back that up. There are some individual stories, those are legit. But show us the statistics that is the impetus behind wanting a bill like this. If this is the main reason is for suicide, then show us the studies, show us the statistics that show that those suicides, however many thousands in Colorado last year, show us the ones that were done between the time they purchased a gun and 3 days. Just show us that statistic. It doesn't exist. The 3-day waiting period doesn't save lives here, but we've shown you multiple example after example after example of real people with real stories that this 3-day waiting period puts people at risk. And so I want to read some to you. Bonnie El Marsri was called a firearms instructor, worried that her husband, who was subject to a restraining order to stay away from her, had been threatening her and her children. When she asked the instructor about getting a handgun, the instructor explained that Wisconsin has a 48-hour waiting period. Mrs. L. Marcy and her 2 children were murdered by the man 24 hours later. That's a real person that was killed, and it's because of a waiting period. Can't get around that. Rihanna Ross, 3 o'clock in the morning, 21-year-old woman named Rihanna Ross was awakened by the sound of a burglar who had broken into her apartment, entered her bedroom. The burglar was her ex-boyfriend, a man who had previously assaulted her. This time, having smashed his way into her apartment, he was armed with a bayonet. Miss Ross took aim with a .380 semi-automatic pistol and shot him twice. The burglar's death was classified as a justifiable homicide by the Prince William County Commonwealth Attorney, which determined that Miss Ross had acted lawfully in shooting the attacker. Miss Ross had bought her handgun one full business day before the attack. Thanks to Virginia's instant background check, that she could get that gun that day, standing there immediately upon the background check, this saved her life. And this instant background check was proposed by a Democratic candidate for governor, Mary Sue Terry. The Virginia handgun purchasers should, if the Virginia handgun purchasers should have to undergo a cooling off period of 5 business days, which had been proposed earlier in this state, had the proposal been a law at this particular time, Rihanna Ross would now be undergoing a permanent cooling off period. Sonia Miller, Armed with a knife, Charles Grant Jr. sexually assaulted a 33-year-old woman on Virginia Beach one Tuesday evening. The assault was videotaped by a tourist who, not having a permit to carry a concealed handgun for protection, could do nothing to help except record the crime. Wednesday, Charles Grant raped a 12-year-old girl. News broadcast of the videotape of Grant's Tuesday assault frightened many people in the nearby community. A young woman named Sonia Miller, who had been wanting a handgun for a while, on that Wednesday, her father bought her a .38 special revolver. He gave her the revolver that evening. At about 9 o'clock, Miss Miller went to the post office to pick up her mail. As she stepped into the dimly lit parking lot near the post office, Charles Grant saw her and she saw Charles Grant. Grant told the young woman he could not hurt her, but when she attempted to get into her car, Grant lunged at the door. He stuck a .24 caliber pistol in her face and began climbing into the car's back seat and said, "I'm going to kill you." "No," she replied, "I'm going to kill you." I think that's an appropriate response here. Sonia Miller picked up the revolver she had acquired less than 15 minutes before. When she pulled the hammer back, he dropped his gun and fled. Miss Miller drove home. Her father called the sheriff's office and Charles Grant was apprehended. Regarding the handgun Miss Miller had just acquired, it's the only thing that saved her life. Her father did not make her wait 3 days. Peter Kassler, a self-defense instructor in California, wrote in the New York Times, "I know a woman whose once pretty face is now disfigured by a steel-plated jaw. It was shattered by her 6'3", 200-pound husband. He inflicted the beating while she shielded her infant in her arms. I've seen the blood-stained imprint her head made as it smashed against the wall, complete with rivulets running nearly to the floor. The woman tried to press charges after she left the hospital, but sheriff's deputies and county medical health workers persuaded her not to because her husband had promised to attend counseling sessions. After 2 counseling sessions, his mental health counselor refused to see him again out of terror. He threatened to kill her, and the counselor believes he meant it. When his wife tried to reinstitute charges, the deputies told her it was too late to do so. This was untrue. While the police refused to arrest him, he entered her property daily, prowled around the outside of her house, slept on her lawn at night, telephoned persistently almost 30 times a day. He stole her mail repeatedly, once removing her telephone bill and calling every number on it to slander her. The police wouldn't arrest him for violating the restraining order because information that had served, it had not been entered into the computer. They weren't swayed by the fact that service was acknowledged by the county clerk's office and that we showed him the county certificate documents of service. Nor would they arrest him unless the district attorney issued a warrant, but the DA wouldn't, because the county file on the case was temporarily mislaid. The threatened woman knew that the only person who could be relied upon to protect her life was herself. Again, I talked about that earlier, that first responder is actually you. She studied the laws and techniques of self-defense, trained to defend herself, and tried to buy a good pistol. But because of the California waiting period, she couldn't have it for 15 days. During the waiting period, just like the one that we want to institute, he broke into her house while she and her 2 children were asleep. Awakened by the barking of the dog, she sneaked outside with the kids and hid in the bushes till he left the next morning. Employed as a housekeeper, she was vacuuming a client's house one day when he appeared and once again assaulted her. Another time, he hid in the garage as she returned and tried to close her inside with the electric garage door. She managed to drive out of the trap, but not without damaging the car, the garage door, and her psyche. She survived to receive the handgun, and he was told of its presence. Although he continues to harass her and steal her mail, he has not tried to assault her again. Why? Because she has a handgun, and she feels safe enough to file for divorce. Virgin Blanca. At the age of 17, Virgin Blanca immigrated to the United States from Spain. By the time she was 23, she had 3 children and a divorce. To make ends meet for her family, she had to work 2 or 3 jobs as long as 18 hours a day. In 1993, Miss Blanca and her 3 teenage children moved from Mesquite, Texas, to Dallas in order to be closer to her job as a house painter. The family moved into a 7-unit apartment building where they were the sole tenants. During the night, a prowler twice attempted to break into the apartment. The second time, Miss Blanca's son, 15-year-old son Real, jumped out of a second-story window to call the police. By the time they arrived, the prowler was gone, having left behind a message scrawled on a light switch next to the apartment, "I'll be back." On Sunday, Mrs. Blanca purchased a Barco semi-automatic pistol. On Monday night, Mrs. Blanca left the apartment to buy food. Moments later, 15-year-old Real, 14-year-old Alexander, and 10-year-old John Paul heard a door creaking outside the apartment house. Recognizing the man to be the same man who had twice attempted to break in Saturday night, Real took the pistol from his mother's room and aimed it out the window at the man in the courtyard below. He yelled, "Freeze," but the man began to open the door to the apartment building. Real shot the gun 3 times, wounding the man. The man limped 2 blocks, asked someone to call for an ambulance, and claimed that he had merely been looking for a place to go to the bathroom. Because Mrs. Blanca could not make a positive identification, the police dropped the burglary charges. But she and her children were safe because she had been able to buy a gun and get it in time to rescue her family. In 1985, in California, a woman and her daughter were threatened by a neighbor. Instead of being able to immediately obtain a handgun for self-defense, the woman had to wait 15 days. The day after she finally was allowed to pick up her gun, the neighbor attacked them and she shot him in self-defense. Had the man attacked 14 days after his initial threat, rather than 16 days after, the woman and her daughter might have been raped. A mail carrier named Katharina Latta of Charlotte, North Carolina, went to the police to obtain permission to buy a handgun. Her ex-boyfriend had previously robbed her, assaulted her several times, and raped her. The clerk at the sheriff's office informed her the gun permit would take 2 to 4 weeks. "I told her I'd be dead by then," Miss Latta later recalled. That afternoon, she went to a bad part of town and bought an illegal semi-automatic pistol on the street. 5 hours later, her ex-boyfriend attacked her outside her house and she shot him dead. The county prosecutor decided not to prosecute Miss Latta for either the self-defense homicide or the illegal gun. It is theoretically possible, of course, that some of these cases would have turned out no differently without a waiting period. Perhaps Bonnie Elmasari would not have been able to use the gun successfully when her husband attacked. Perhaps Sonia Miller and Catherine Latta would have survived the homicidal criminal attacks even without a gun, but it seems hard to deny that any waiting period law will inevitably disarm some people who need a firearm for immediate protection, thus causing their rape, injury, or death. In contrast to most state waiting periods, the Brady Act does not allow a waiver of the wait if the locality's chief law enforcement official or his designee issues a written order stating that the immediate purchase is necessary to protect the life of the gun purchaser or someone in his household. And we just did this with amendments. We're trying to give everybody in this assembly the opportunity to stand for victims and stand for women and stand for people that have had attempted homicide and have been harmed in trying to get a gun, trying to give them the opportunity to do this. We've given multiple opportunities for every one of us in here to say, yeah, we actually believe in the safety of women. We want to protect victims. We want to do this. In practical terms, it is doubtful that a potential crime victim Particularly the poor and minorities who are the victims of most violent crime will be able to obtain a rapid appointment with a police administrator who will issue a gun authorization. And we don't even have that opportunity here. At least some police administrators will not be sympathetic. In an Oklahoma case that arose shortly after the Brady bill became a law, a woman asked the local police chief immediate for authorization to purchase a handgun since her ex-husband, the subject of a court restraining order, which we also gave opportunity in amendment, was stalking her. The chief turned her down, not because the ex-husband was not a threat, but because the woman had not taken a firearms class. And the chief thought that the woman therefore could not use the gun successfully, which, in my opinion, wasn't his business. The Brady bill, of course, does not specifically authorize a police chief to deny a request for self-defense exemption. But the more gun purchases become subject to discretion of government administrators, the fewer people who will be able to attain guns based upon their own perception of their needs rather than the government's perception, which is what we're struggling with quite a bit right here. In the long run, that is the objective of the gun control lobbies. Before turning, Handgun Control Incorporated and its congressional allies claimed that a waiting period was supported by every major police organization in the country. Most of these reports were found to be not true or had been pushed or falsified in some particular way. The idea that that these are actually going to help somebody's life doesn't quite make sense. Thank you.
No, excuse me. I'm sorry, Representative Bottoms. I'm not sure that we're allowed to have. Are we? Water's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I lost my place. I got to start over. Not true. Just kidding. I do want to go a little bit further into this, and we've been talking about the Constitution and knowing that the Constitution is going to. Well, these are not constitutional. This is not a constitutional bill. By the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, I would actually like to take a little bit of time here and talk about the actual Colorado Constitution and how it deals with the idea of the right to bear arms and the infringement upon that. In the Colorado Constitution, Article 2, Section 13, right to keep and bear arms. The right of no person to keep and bear arms in defense of his home, person, and property, or in aid of the civil power, when thereto legally summoned, shall be called in question. But nothing herein contained shall be construed to justify the practice of carrying concealed weapons. The Colorado Convention delegates drew on a variety of state constitutions for models, especially Illinois, Missouri, and Nebraska, and Pennsylvania. Nebraska and Illinois had many provisions that were adopted in Colorado, but neither state had a right to arms. Indeed, of the 37 states that had joined the Union prior to Colorado, 12 did not have a constitutional right to arms in 1876. Apparently, the Colorado Convention did not want a constitution without the right, and the convention turned to Missouri for a model. The 1875 Missouri Constitution right to arms was the longest such provision in any state constitution at the time. Missouri integrated several features that Colorado wanted. This is the Colorado Constitution, and these are the things that Colorado wanted in their Constitution. The strongest available language for guaranteeing the right to bear arms.
Representative Bottoms,
Yes.
I am just struggling a little bit. Maybe you can help me out here. Well, you're talking about the right to bear arms. We're talking about a 3-day waiting period for people to bear arms. And so I'm just trying to make sure that we're staying on topic here.
Oh, I most definitely am. This is the right to bear arms and not to be infringed upon, and this bill directly infringes upon those rights. So I'm giving some background in the Colorado Constitution as to why Colorado was very specific about not infringing upon the right to bear arms. If somebody buys an arm, a gun, or anything, and you say they cannot have it until a certain time frame, that's infringement. The second thing that Colorado wanted in here is distinguishing personal defense from community defense. The third thing that Colorado wanted in the Constitution, specifying the right to arms protects both purposes. Making it clear that community defense is not only through militia service, also making it clear that community defense was to be led by appropriate legal officials, and authorizing restriction or prohibition of the carrying of concealed arms. Like the U.S. Bill of Rights, the Colorado language does not treat rights as a gift from the government. And this is the same thing I was arguing on with the Constitution of the United States, is the right to bear arms is not something that is gifted to us by the federal government and is not gifted to us by the state government. This was, in the Colorado language, it is very clear that the right pre-exists government. The right to bear arms is not something you and I grant someone. It's something that we already have a right to. We just acknowledge that. That predates our federal Constitution, Constitution of the United States, and it predates the Colorado Constitution, and the language is in the Colorado Constitution. As in the phrasing of the Second Amendment, the phrasing of the Colorado Constitution treats the right to arms as already in existence. The text safeguards the right to arms, but does not create it. And this is done with the phrasing of the right of no person. The Colorado Constitution actually has a longer phrasing than the Constitution of the United States when it comes to the Second Amendment. They also include the term the right of no person. Like the rest of the Bill of Rights, the right of arms was not controversial. The Colorado Convention made only one significant change from the Missouri model. Colorado expanded the guarantee to cover every person, not just the citizen. The change was consistent with the immigrant-friendly attitude of the convention. The Constitution required that at least 1,900 state statutes be printed in Spanish and German, as well as English, for the inhabitants of the state who speak those languages and may not be able to read and understand the language. Consistent with the text of the Constitution, the Colorado Supreme Court has enforced the arms rights of non-citizens. There is no doubt that a state may reserve the fish and game section of this under this same thing. So the Colorado Constitution says the right to keep and bear arms in defense of his home and personal property. And this doesn't mean after 3 days. It doesn't mean 10, 20, 30 days. It means immediately. Like the Second Amendment, the Colorado Constitution uses the phrase keep and bear arms. One earlier case in Tennessee had stated that the phrase bear arms has a military-only connotation. We've even heard that in this House. So that bear arms means only carrying arms while in militia and not carrying arms for personal defense. The Colorado Constitution does not take this approach. This is not a valid argument in Colorado. In Colorado, the right to bear arms is for every person in defense of home, person, or property, or in the aid of civil power when thereto legally summoned. After affirming the right to possess and carry arms for defense of home, person, and property, the Colorado Constitution adds a separate reason why arms are protected, so that persons will be able to come to the aid of the civil power. In Colorado, the need for militia was freshly in mind. Preventing a repetition of the near conquest of the 1860s would be one benefit of a strong constitutional right to arms. Able to arm themselves, Coloradans would be better able to defend the state and the militia. To Coloradans, the grave danger of an insufficiently armed public was not theoretical. Between 1861 and 1862, Colorado had been menaced by the slave power of the Confederacy. Barely, Coloradans had obtained enough arms and armed men to retain their sovereignty. Throughout the 1860s, the Colorado settlers were under Indian attack, and in 1864 and 1865, they had nearly been wiped out. The idea that they needed these guns, that they needed to be armed, was something that was immediate, and I believe that that is still today. There is an immediate need to bear arms. The government, the state, and even the federal government does not have the constitutional right to take away our ability to be immediately armed. This is what the infringement is called for, dealing with. When we're dealing with infringement, that means saying you cannot have something that is legally yours when it comes to arms. The Missouri-Colorado language thus guarantees the ownership of arms that are suitable for all of these reasons, not solely the types of arms that might be suitable for personal self-defense. There is a good argument that arms suitable for the one are also well suited for the other. But this is the decision of the individual. It is not the decision of the state. It is not the decision of the federal government. And it cannot be put under control of a time frame. 3 days, 5 days, 20 days, those are infringements. Any of that is an infringement. Donald Lutz, an eminent scholar of state constitutional law, has written that constitutionalism is an advanced technique for handling conflict. In Colorado, one of the advanced techniques is that persons will be armed to defend themselves in an instant, not 3 days, not weeks, but in an instant, and to defend their communities when lawfully summoned to do so. The constitutional language in aid of the civil power when thereto legally summoned presumes that there is a functioning civil power capable of summoning. The Colorado Constitution was intended to create enduring civil power to defend civil liberty and to foster public goods such as education. If civil power ceased to exist, then whatever people did to defend themselves or their communities would be beyond the scope of what the Colorado Constitution addresses. People would simply be exercising the natural rights recognized in Section 1 through 3 of the Bill of Rights. So the question comes up to why wait to buy a gun?
Members, I'm going to ask again.
Ken.
Thank you.
Why wait to buy a gun? Ken, can you get me some? Congress is debating a comprehensive drug bill. This was written even as far back as 1988. Congress is debating a comprehensive drug bill purportedly designed to stop the epidemic of drug-related violence. Advocates of gun control, hoping to capitalize on congressional hysteria over the issue, want the bill to include a provision that would mandate a national 7-day waiting period and background check before anyone can buy a handgun. Proponents claim a waiting period would disarm violent drug dealers, but they were very wrong. Willis Ross of the Florida Police Chiefs Association recently observed, "I think any working policeman will tell you that the crooks already have guns. If a criminal fills out an application and sends his application, he's the biggest, dumbest crook I've ever seen." Kansas City's chief of police echoed this sentiment in testimony at a Senate hearing. He noted that drug criminals acquire guns by theft, by trade, or by using legal surrogate buyers. Drug dealers do not purchase guns over the counter.
Representative Bottoms, are we still talking about 3-day waiting periods, or are we talking about other things?
Yeah, I just read that. I'll read the first paragraph again. Congress is debating a comprehensive drug bill purportedly designed to stop the epidemic of drug-related violence. Advocates of gun control, hoping to capitalize on congressional hysteria over the issue, want the bill to include a provision that would mandate a national 7-day waiting period. That's what this is about. Kansas City's chief of police echoed this sentiment in testimony at a Senate hearing. He noted that drug criminals acquire guns by theft, by trade, or by using legal surrogate buyers. Drug dealers do not purchase guns over the counter. So therefore, a 3-day waiting period to buy a gun is not going to stop any criminals. Under current national law, anyone drug dealers still have no trouble obtaining stolen or illegally imported guns. If a strict law that has time limits to it can't keep drug dealers from getting guns, a less strict waiting period for handguns wouldn't either. In other words, a 3-day waiting period. Can anyone really believe that an individual who buys drugs to sell on the street would not know how to get a gun by going around the gun dealers? So again, a 3-day waiting period, 10, 20, 30, 6 months, doesn't accomplish any of this. Almost every study of waiting periods has found them to be worthless. An anti-gun scholar, Duke University's Philip Cook, explains that criminals do not buy guns through normal channels, so a waiting period wouldn't help. But instead, they circumvent the system. Though the anti-gun lobby claims that the majority of America's police support waiting periods, there is much evidence to the contrary. The Florida Police Chiefs Association convinced the Florida legislature to repeal a host of local waiting periods. When the National Association of Chief Police surveyed its members, 59% said that a national 7-day waiting period would not be helpful. Most police chiefs want their officers on the street looking for criminals, not behind a desk, sorting through paperwork submitted by honest citizens. Citizens should not have to wait for government permission to exercise their constitutional rights to own handguns, and yet we are coming up with legislation that is trying to make that happen. We're trying to stop people from having their constitutional right to own a gun. Americans are scared Americans are scared of the drug crime. The anti-gun lobby thinks it has the opportunity to exploit that fear and push through waiting periods. You can push through waiting periods for a lot of different reasons that we've seen here also. This was a email that was sent to our committee about this bill back in February, trying to convince our committee to oppose.
Representative Bottoms, I'm going to ask you to stick to the bill and not to other bills. Thank you.
I don't think you heard what I said. This is an email that was sent to our committee about this bill in February. And it was in opposition to this bill. And he says, on behalf of myself, I am submitting to you today my thoughts in opposition to House Bill 1219, creating mandatory 3-day waiting periods in order to purchase a firearm, and to ask the members of this committee to vote against the infringements set forth within this legislation. One of the arguments in favor of waiting period laws for firearm purchases is that they will reduce crimes of passion. Murders committed by a person who, in a fit of rage, buys a handgun to commit a murder or suicide. But does public safety provide a rational basis for denying this fundamental right? How effective are handgun waiting periods in preventing violent crime or suicide? Do they improve public safety? It is appropriate to examine how such waiting period laws have actually worked in California. Criminologists who have performed the most sophisticated statistical analysis of the effects of waiting periods on crime rates have found that waiting periods have no statistically significant effect on murder rates, aggravated assault rates, robbery rates, rape rates, suicide rates, or fatal gun accident rates. These are studies done by criminologists, but they do have a statistically significant impact on gun prevalence rates. What percentage of the population owns a gun? That's the prevalence rates. Another study examining several laws intended to promote safe storage of firearms, including waiting periods, laws, and length of waiting period, and found no statistical significant effects on rates of violent crime, murder, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, property crimes, burglary, larceny, or auto theft. One recent summary of such research found there is not a single study published in any academic journal which concludes waiting periods are effective. If gun ownership in itself was a public safety matter, this might be an argument in favor of waiting periods, but gun ownership is not a public safety concern, but a fundamental right under the Constitution. In much the same way that the populations of adjoining states are not exactly comparable, the demographics of a state change from year to year. But while the population characteristics of two adjoining states may be dramatically different in subtle and unobvious way, the demographics within a state change very slowly from year to year as people age, change their behavior, moving out of the state. As a consequence, while looking at a state's crime rates through time is still a technique with limitations, it is nowhere near as prone to problems of non-comparability as comparing different states. What results should we expect a waiting period to have? There are two purposes usually given for firearm waiting periods: time for a background check on the purchaser and a cooling off period while passions abate. As instant background checks now happen and the waiting period is no longer needed for that purpose, the argument for a handgun waiting period relies on the claim that waiting periods save lives because of the cooling off of passions. What evidence does California experience provide to judge accuracy of such statements? California is nearly a perfect example of a laboratory for waiting period laws. California is sufficiently large and its urban populations are so remote that its borders with adjoining states that a waiting period is enforced not only by federal law, but also limits of geography. In addition to the Gun Control Act of 1968, which prohibited interstate purchase of handguns, most of California's murders happen in a small number of urban communities that are at least 6 to 8 hours driving time from other states. Even assuming that a seller could be found immediately over the border in Nevada, Oregon, or Arizona willing to break federal law, the travel time alone imposes a waiting period of hours to days. In addition, California's handgun waiting period applies to private party sales and has applied since at least 1953. California has also had a waiting period for handgun sales since 1923. The California legislature increased the handgun waiting period from 1 to 3 days in 1955 to 5 days in 1965 and 15 days in 1975, then reduced it to 10 days in 1997. A 10-day waiting period for non-handgun transfers was imposed starting in 1996. California handgun waiting periods and murder rates plots the murder rate per 100,000 Californians during the period 1952 through 2012. The use of a murder rate, which counts murders relative to the size of the population, and eliminates changes in the number of murders caused by changes in the number of people living in California. What this suggests is further demonstrated by examining the Spearman's rank coefficient between waiting periods and days in California's murder rate. The correlation between handgun waiting period and murder rate is 0.84, meaning that there is a strong positive correlation between handgun waiting period and murder rates. The longer the waiting period in days, the higher the murder rate. The correlation between long gun waiting period and murder rate is 0.19. The longer the waiting period for long guns, the lower the murder rate. Although this is not terribly strong negative correlation and might simply be a coincidence of California adopting a long gun waiting period at a time when U.S. murder rates were in a long decline. The handgun waiting period increased from 1 to 3 days in 1955 and 3 to 5 days in 1965 and had no apparent effect on rising murder rates. Indeed, the California murder rate went from a bit above 2 of every 100,000 people in 1952 to 10 over 100,000 people in 1975. This is the opposite of what we're claiming in this bill and in this one study that was done in the bill. What conclusions can we reach from the data? Positive correlation does not prove causality. It is also true that zero correlation between two events does not disprove causality. But if a positive correlation, especially a very strong positive correlation such as we have here, between two events can be shown, it should certainly make us very skeptical that increasing A caused B to decline. Examining characteristics of murders in the U.S. suggests that relatively few murders are likely to be affected by handgun waiting periods. This means at least 53.9% of the murders involved non-handguns and 29.9% involved non-firearms, which therefore must be outside the realm of any firearm waiting period law. And this is exactly the opposite of what this bill is claiming to be able to accomplish. Nationally, 1.2% of murders are categorized as brawls due to influence of alcohol. The waiting period has nothing to do with all of these numbers and cannot change these numbers. Murder victims are heavily concentrated in the late evening and early morning periods, when retail gun stores are not typically open. But it seems likely that non-traditional firearm merchants who are unlikely to follow any waiting period or background check law are successfully filling market demand. The crimes of passion that waiting periods are supposed to prevent must involve either people who remain very angry for very long periods of time or are not dependent on lawful purchase of a handgun. Given these aforementioned arguments and data, I ardently oppose House Bill 23-1219. It is evident that mandating arbitrary waiting periods that inhibit the exercise of a fundamentally God-given right of the people of Colorado has no rational statistical footing and can only be perceived as a means to place further infringements upon the liberties of the citizenry. Consequently, I urge the committee to vote against this bill, signed Clayton Kramer, Masters in History. Okay. I'm going to take a pause and let Representative somebody else say something.
Thank you, Representative Bottoms. Members, I just want to remind the body that because of the subject matter in which we're speaking about and hearing requests of members earlier, to just remember as we're talking about other people's stories that may not be our own, that we have just to be very careful in the words that we're choosing and how we're using them. Thank you. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your leadership. I know the hours wane on. We grow weary and tired. And sometimes our judgment gets clouded. And I believe our chair is trying to remind us to be courteous and kind and thoughtful. And I think that is what we should do, particularly as we grow tired and weary and our judgment gets a little clouded. Maybe our word choices aren't the best. Let's offer each other grace and kindness. and understanding. Because many of us have different lived experiences. Now, most of you know that I represent, and I have represented, in the 2 districts that I've represented, 16 counties in eastern Colorado. There's really only 1 or 2 counties that I haven't represented in the eastern part of the state. And in those counties, you know, I always talk about cattle ranching and farming. And it's really important that we think about the differences between rural and urban Colorado. And for that reason, Madam Chair, I'd like to move L023 to House Bill 1219 and ask it to be displayed. Yes, sir. I'll be standing by.
Amendment L23 has been properly moved.
Thank you.
And one moment, Representative, we're waiting for it to be displayed.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Amendment L23 is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, many of you, both Democrat and Republican, represent rural Colorado. Many of you, Democrat or Republican, represent ranching communities. Many of you, particularly this time of year, because what is happening this time of year, Colorado? There's something very important that's happening in the springtime. The cows are having baby calves. It's calving season in Colorado. 75% to 80% of the ranches in Colorado have a springtime calving season. That goes from late February, March, April, into May. Now, there are times in many ranchers that do not have a springtime calving season. So I'll talk to that with respect to this amendment and why it's so important that cattle ranchers can protect their livestock from predators. The amendment says defend livestock from predators. Protecting and defending is near synonymous because if you're protecting something, you're also defending it. If a rancher needs to buy a firearm, should he or she have to wait 3 days? Especially during calving season. My good colleague from House District 56 is learning more about cattle ranching than he ever wanted to know. Because now he represents many counties, and there's more cattle in his district than people, including in my district and many other folks in this chamber. As some people want to promulgate this one-size-fits-all solution for Colorado that I've talked for many years against, this amendment gives the consideration and grace to cattle ranchers across the state. From northwest Colorado, around the Craig area, Hayden area, Yampa Valley, to southwest Colorado, down by Durango, Montrose, to southeast Colorado, down by Trinidad, Kim, Pritchett, Springfield, Campo, Walsh, Holly, Sugar City, and even in northeast Colorado. Laird, Colorado. There's a lot of cattle around Laird. If you know where Laird is. Julesburg, Holyoke, Haxton, Sterling, Peets.
Representative Holtorf,
Yes, ma'am.
do we want to name all 65 counties? Or we
No,
want
I
to
was
talk about
mentioning the
amendment?
cities in the districts. I could mention the counties, though,
But-
but I didn't think of that, ma'am.
Excuse me, Representative Holtorf. I
Yes,
guess what
ma'am.
I'm getting to is I want to get back to this amendment, please.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do digress as I think about all the places that have cattle and the fact that those baby calves need protection from predators. Either an apex predator like a wolf, or a coyote, or a pack of coyotes, or a pack of wolves. And yes, they run in packs. And I know Representative Martinez told me not to talk too much about coyotes. So, I'm not going to talk about coyotes anymore. But I will tell you, this amendment is very important to Colorado ranchers, and I do ask for an aye vote, especially during calving season. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you up there. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you as well, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, I'm down here tonight to talk about this amendment. It's not just in calving season. It's not just any special time of the year. But when they start going up in the mountains and to pasture up in that country, the predators are thick in Colorado. We're having a tsunami of mountain lion. Bears are doing better than they've ever done. It may be because my ranchers are feeding them their lambs and their calves. But we do have an amazing number of predators in the mountains in Colorado. So to take this directly to this amendment, if you're there and you can't reach that predator with the rifle that you've got, the answer is to go to town and buy one that will reach that predator. This 3-day wait will get in the road of that, believe me. 3 days without that weapon may be the difference between profit and loss. You know, this isn't one of those that's, this isn't an amendment that asks you to do something that you hadn't thought about. Because we've talked about predators in the mountains before. We've talked about them in what we can do about them. There's not a whole lot that's being done, to tell you the truth. You folks that live in suburbia or right at the edge of the foothills know about how many mountain lions are starting to show up. In the mountains, they are incredibly thick. They're in such good shape that they're starting to have 2 and 3 kittens in a litter. Typically, they have 1. So the population is expanding. And the prey are domestic animals. So this is an amendment that really steps right up to the heart of agriculture. It's one of those things that those of us that are not involved probably don't think about. But this is one that could make a difference to people that are trying very hard to keep their outfits going, to keep the outfits where it can be passed on to the kids that are coming. But it's one of those common sense things. And I'm going to ask tonight for a common sense vote. This is something that could be done. It could be done pretty quickly. Please think about those people that are out there trying their best to feed you and I. and to keep the state of Colorado up in the high producers of agriculture in the United States. Please, this is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and if you give me a little grace to build this up. So when we look at rural Colorado and we look at ranchers and farmers and we look at predation in rural counties, we have to look at all the things that are against these ranchers and farmers, which makes their profit line so important. So with the inflation that we're seeing, the cost of planting seed, what it costs in fuel costs to get that done, by the time you grow the feed, all the costs that are entailed in that, and then you transport that feed to a store, so there's more cost put on that when it's transported to the store. And then your cattle rancher buys it. Your goat herder buys it, and your sheep herder buys it, your wool grower. And all these costs start to build up. And we're trying to keep these small farms and ranches going, and really the cards are stacked against them. And then you figure by the time you take the cattle to market, the diesel fuel it costs to get the cattle there. So at that point, this farmer and rancher, they're already behind the 8 ball. Their profit line, their profit margin is already cut way down. And then comes predation. And if any of you have ever seen or witnessed what can happen to a herd of livestock by predators, it's actually pretty crazy how fast a pack of coyotes can go through and kill a bunch of baby calves. In Martinez, I did say coyotes. So it's prudent that a rancher can get to the gun store and maybe buy a gun that helps him eradicate this predator problem. We've already seen that what the wolves are doing in the northern part of Colorado, making it hard on a rancher up there. And now with the wolf herd we have, unfortunately, the taxpayers of the state of Colorado are going to have to figure that problem out. So the ability for a rancher to protect their livestock and protect their profit margin is huge. And my district is full of ranchers that want to be able to eliminate predators. And like the good rep said from over in the Montrose area, there may be a time that the firearm that they have in their arsenal just isn't what's needed to take care of the problem. I can't imagine that a rancher that's already losing profit should have to wait to be able to get the firearm needed to deal with the issue. So if we're really looking to bridge the rural-urban divide, I urge an aye vote on yes. This is a common sense amendment. And this gives you the chance to vote on something that's really important to rural Colorado and to a lot of our constituents. So I stand up here tonight for the constituents of House District 47 and all of rural Colorado, and I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Help your local rancher out. You know, every time you go to a McDonald's or you go get a burger over at Snarf Burger, that beef came from somewhere. And like I said, vote yes, help them out. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you also.
So members, I rise in strong support of this amendment. The ability of our ranchers to be able to defend livestock from predators is the most essential thing they can do. I mean, right now, one head of cow is going for at least $2,000. My cousins who are ranchers, they will be on horseback searching in the high country for days on end just to find one of their beef to be able to bring it back. And that's because of the value, but they're also out there trying to also protect their herd from bears, now wolves, mountain lions, coyotes. The bear population is what's been really bad, especially in the high country in Delta County, in Mesa County. It's just been an unprecedented number of bears that we've seen ever since we got rid of the spring bear hunt, to tell you the truth. And ranchers spend a lot more time trying to defend their livestock from these apex predators. So much so that we had the opportunity to be on a ranch outside of Paonia, and I went for a ride. And I remember the rancher we were with, she turned around and said, "We spend more time trying to protect our cows from the bears than we do with anything else on the ranch." And that's just become the reality of life. The other reality is that firearms break. They, certainly if you're out on horseback, you can have a lot of things go wrong, and the ability to be able to buy a replacement and to not have to wait 3 days, because that means you have to leave the ranch, go into town, and then you'd have to go back at least 3 days later. And that takes away from your ability to earn a living, put food on the table for your kids and for your family. But it also means that you can't be there to watch after your herd or your flock of sheep. And that can be a real challenge, especially for our ranchers who live very far from town. Just being able to make it back into town is a major effort for them as well. I mean, a lot of them will plan their once-a-week trip into town, and that's it. Some of them, like my cousins, only go into town once a month, just because of the hardship of actually making it into town. So that's why this is a great amendment and why I support this amendment. It's important that we stand up for agriculture and that we stop the war on rural Colorado, and we stop the war on agriculture. And this amendment
Representative
does just
Soper,
that.
I'm going to just ask you to not impugn any motives there, implying that there's a war on rural Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate that. But there is a feeling that exists in rural Colorado, and this amendment will address that feeling. So I strongly encourage a yes vote, and thank you.
Representative
Excuse me. Let me get my paperwork out of the way.
Representative Amable.
I appreciate the robust discussion of this amendment, but we do urge a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L23? The House will stand at a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question is the adoption of Amendment L23. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L23, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed to Amendment L23, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Amendment L23 is lost. To the bill, Representative Armagust.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to readdress the law enforcement aspect of this, for the people that we're putting so much trust in without giving people the immediate access to firearms, I think.
Members, I know that it was really exciting to do that division vote, but I'm going to have to ask you again to take it to the windows and to the walls.
Like I was saying, I think since we're putting so much trust into law enforcement and not offering immediate access to purchase a firearm for somebody, then we should be able to exempt certain people from this this waiting period. So I would like to move Amendment L008 and ask it to be properly displayed.
Amendment L8 has been properly moved and is now before us. Please continue, Representative Armagust.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you can see in this amendment, the page 4, after line 14, would insert the sale of a firearm to a person who is a peace officer, as described in section 16, 2.5101, or a retired peace officer. As a retired peace officer, I myself am one, Representative Evans is one. Those type of people that have served in law enforcement long enough to earn the retired status, otherwise an active peace officer would be able to bypass a waiting period, since those are the people that we are putting the trust in and being able to be present and not offering that same luxury to anyone else.
Any further discussion on Amendment L8? Representative Amable.
We urge a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L8, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L8. A division has been called, members. The House will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question is the adoption of Amendment L008. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L8, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L8 is lost. To the bill. Any further discussion? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had a lot of dialogue about this bill. We've had a lot of conversations about protecting victims, about does this bill do what it purports to do? And so as that dialogue continues, I think it's important to engage some topics that I don't feel like we've completely covered yet. And so I move Amendment L022 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L22 has been properly moved and is now before us. Please continue, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Amendment L022. We've talked about the Victims' Rights Act, but on lines 4 and 5 here, what this amendment has is some additional verbiage that talks about a member of the victim's immediate family as defined in Section 24-4.1-302, sub 6. And I think it's important that we understand the vital role that family can play in helping to support and protect
members. Thank you.
The vital role that family can play in helping to support and protect a victim of a violent crime, such as those covered under the Victims' Rights Act. I'd previously mentioned just very briefly the story in which the woman was kidnapped by her ex. She didn't have anywhere to go, so eventually she went home. Home was a known location. Her ex knew where home was. Her ex knew the layout of that home. And unfortunately, law enforcement did not have the manpower to be able to protect that location 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so, to lines 4 and 5 here, that victim's family rallied around. That victim's family ended up having folks move in with her. They ended up having to arm themselves. They ended up having to protect and support that victim as she was recovering from the violent act that was perpetrated on her in that kidnapping. And so it's important to empower not just the victim, but the family that's supporting and suffering and healing right alongside that victim. And so that's why I bring this amendment before you, to ensure that we're holistically looking at how we can best care for, protect, and support not only the victims, but also that support network, which is in most cases going to be incredibly important to their recovery, both physically and also emotionally. I was having a conversation with some first responders up in my district, and they told me a story that I found shocking even for me with some of the things that I've seen in my career. And it ties back to lines 4 and 5 here on this amendment. They told a story about gun violence, gang violence, and how a young person was injured as a result of that gang violence. Now, the ambulance responded and picked up that injured person to take him to the hospital. Now, the problem was the level of violence that exists in our communities today was such that the gang members couldn't even let that ambulance get to the hospital before they were swarming around it, trying to run it off the road, because there was a victim in that ambulance who was also a witness to that criminal act. And unfortunately, the gang members didn't need that witness to be able to testify to the crime that they had committed. And so they attacked an ambulance. Somebody who is willing to attack an ambulance is also somebody that is going to be willing to continue to try and threaten that victim. And so that victim is going to need the support of their immediate family. And so I think it's important to put that on the record, that a few months ago, here in the Denver metro area, we had an ambulance come under attack because of the level of violence that we're seeing in our community. And if we're making folks wait 3 days before they are allowed to defend themselves, are we, even with the best of intentions, accidentally perpetuating the continued victimization of those folks? Moving on to line 6 here. It talks about, or if the purchaser, the purchaser presents to the seller a valid, unexpired permit to carry a concealed handgun issued to the person pursuant to Part 2 of this Article 12 by the sheriff of the county in which the sale occurs. So we have in here the concealed carry permit, but since this bill talks about local control, we decided it was important to include that element of control in the amendment. And so you can see on lines 8 and 9 there, it talks about the sheriff of the county in which the sale occurs. And so what this is doing is this is saying that communities are important, and that the sheriff of the county in which that sale occurs is also the sheriff that issued the permit. Now, you have to receive your permit in the county in which you live. So what this means is that the permittee and the county in which that person lives and the county in which that sale occurs are all the same county. This is an element of local control, and that local control provides that additional layer of scrutiny, because if that individual, that valid, unexpired permit holder, is a troublemaker, a problematic individual, well, who better to know that than the sheriff that is the sheriff of the county in which not only that person lives, but also in which the sale occurs. And so, out of recognition for the fact that somebody who possesses a valid, unexpired permit to carry a concealed handgun issued pursuant to law has taken the time and taken the effort to be a responsible firearm owner, to go out and seek that additional training, and is, in accordance with this amendment, only authorized to bypass that 3-day waiting period if they make the purchase in the same county that they live in, that the sheriff issued their permit in. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L22? Seeing none. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L22. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So earlier this debate, I guess this was yesterday, we heard from someone about James Madison and the founders' understanding of the Second Amendment. And I just wanted to come up here and reference some other information that actually puts that into question, into strong question. I have some other books and materials back there that further the argument, but I will spare you from those. I'll also spare you from the bulk of this law review article that was published in the fall of 1989 in the University of Dayton's Law Review by Stephen Holbrook. I will just read the conclusory few pages to affirm the argument that the right to bear arms is a private right, an individual right. It is not first and foremost a communal right, though there is a communal aspect to the right. When James Madison proposed the Bill of Rights to Congress in 1789, he wrote that the proposed amendments concerning the press and arms, quote, relate first to private rights, end quote. 10 days after its introduction, Federalist leader Tench Coxe wrote of what became the Second Amendment. Quote, as civil rulers, not having their duty to the people duly before them, may attempt to tyrannize, and as the military forces, which must be occasionally raised to defend our country, might pervert their power to the injury of their fellow citizens, the people are confirmed by the next article in their right to keep and bear their private arms. Madison endorsed Cox's analysis, which was reprinted without contradiction. In fact, what became the Second Amendment was seen as embodying the proposal drafted by Samuel Adams, quote, that the said Constitution be never construed to authorize Congress to prevent the people of the United States who are peaceable citizens from keeping their own arms, end quote. St. George Tucker, the first major commentator on the Bill of Rights, explained the Second Amendment as follows, quote, the right of self-defense is the first law of nature. Wherever the right of the people to keep and bear arms is, under any color or pretext whatsoever, prohibited, liberty, if not already annihilated, is on the brink of destruction. Let me read that again. St. George Tucker, the first major commentator on the Bill of Rights, explained the Second Amendment as follows, quote, the right of self-defense is the first law of nature. Wherever the right of the people to keep and bear arms is, under any color or pretext whatsoever, prohibited, liberty, if not already annihilated, is on the brink of destruction. Such then is how the arbitrary encroachments of the Crown on the liberty of the subjects prompted adoption of the Second Amendment. This history demonstrates that to the patriots who were interested in preserving civil liberty, the mere possibility in 1768 that the government would seize arms gave rise to a robust philosophical defense of what was considered a fundamental personal right. When in 1774 the rulers of Boston dared even to consider disarming the inhabitants, thousands of armed citizens felt justified in assembling and marching to the town to demonstrate their opposition. The founders considered a ban on importation of firearms and ammunition to violate the individual right to obtain and possess arms. The Patriots' aversion to the governmental policy of searching persons, places, and houses and seizing firearms demonstrates the close connection between the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms and the Fourth Amendment prohibition on warrantless searches and seizures. Gage's trickery in inducing the inhabitants to turn in their arms for, quote, temporary safekeeping, and then in seizing those arms, never to be returned, gave rise to the traditional American skepticism toward benevolent rulers who promise only limited infringements on such rights. Imposition of martial law only exacerbated the American citizen's belief that he or she is entitled to possess military-style small arms for parity against an oppressive standing army. As social philosophers recognize the mere selection of a topic for study and the recognition of selected events as significant imply value judgments. Hopefully, its presence in the Bill of Rights excuses interest in what has been termed, quote, the embarrassing Second Amendment, end quote. Unfortunately, scholars have never analyzed the, quote, arbitrary encroachments of the Crown on the liberty of the subject, end quote, which gave rise to the Second Amendment, perhaps because that hidden history, and this is very interesting, right, because we like to pick what actually supports our arguments and leave all the rest alone. So, unfortunately, scholars have never analyzed the arbitrary encroachments of the Crown on the liberty of the subject, which gave rise to the Second Amendment, perhaps because that hidden history could conflict with the questionable premise that banning firearms would not infringe on individual rights. Thus, the need for such conventional wisdom as is expressed in the following law review comment, which, again, he's opposing. In all the writings on the Revolutionary War and the turbulent times preceding it, there is no evidence showing that the colonists or their revolutionary leaders believed that they had a personal right to carry firearms, not that the British were violating a personal right to carry firearms, end quote. It is understandable that the author eschews original sources, which demonstrate quite the opposite. To restate the postulate of social philosophers, failure to select a topic for study or consignment of the history of a concept to the Orwellian memory hole implies a value judgment as well. When the concept subjected to this treatment is a guarantee in the Bill of Rights, it remains to be seen whether the libertarian hopes of the revolutionary founding fathers will be realized in the 3rd century of the American body politic. I think that those words are very apropos for the conversation that we are having. Are we going to take these things seriously and look at the fullness of this history and why this is so important, or are we going to simply hold to our presuppositions and not look at the impact that it's having in other areas that perhaps may result in consequences we otherwise would want to avoid? And so as that being the case, I'd like to move Amendment L045 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Amendment L45 has been properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment would do is it would remove immunity from a public entity in the event that there was a harm caused in that waiting period time. So if the state of Colorado imposes 3-day waiting period, but let's say Boulder says that it needs to be a 15-day waiting period, and within that time frame, someone is harmed as a result of having to wait for access to that protective item, then they and or their family should be able to sue that public entity for damages under tort. If we believe that there will not be any of those consequences, this is a nothing amendment. This will be a part of the statute book that simply takes a little bit more ink and a little bit more room in an otherwise overfull CRS. But if indeed the arguments that have been made during this debate are true, and there are people that will be now at greater risk of harm because of this policy, the least we can do as we infringe upon their God-given right, as we make them less safe because we have put them at the mercy of others, especially when we continue to defund our police, continue to remove opportunities for the protection of not first responders, as my colleague from Colorado Springs said, but secondary responders. If we keep people from being able to protect themselves, then at the very least, we should provide them recompense when they are harmed, especially since we have demonstrated today that it is a foreseeable harm, and we have a duty to protect. So thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. We've listened to
the historicity of the Second Amendment, 14th Amendment, Fifth Amendment. We've listened to the statistics. The statistics that are the basis of this bill are flawed and contradictory. There's a very short class in legislation that I give to my constituents. Legislation 101. What it says it is, it ain't. This bill says it's about reducing the number of victims. It ain't. And if we're going to take away the right of victims, we're going to infringe on people's constitutional rights, the rights that they were granted, that they were endowed by their Creator to secure life, liberty, and property, then there needs to be some recompense. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Winter. No. No. Representative Holtorf.
Mr. Speaker, I urge an aye vote on this amendment, and allow me to explain. One of the most thoughtful members of our caucus has presented an amendment that she has crafted to protect citizens' rights. Basic rights of citizens. Now that's something I think we all can get behind. If you look at it, immunity and partial waiver. There are people, if their rights are infringed, they should be offered that immunity. Now, we can go back to the story of the woman who suffers domestic violence, domestic abuse, domestic violence, and she doesn't have a firearm. But in this municipality, they have decided to go beyond the 3-day waiting period and have done a 14-day waiting period.
Representative Holtorf, can you please speak
Yes.
to the amendment, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Because the bill does offer that, but the amendment says if that woman is injured because she is not able to defend herself because of this bill, because she can't get that firearm, and bad things happen to her, an action arising from an injury to a person that purchased a firearm when the injury occurred while the person was waiting for the delivery of the purchased firearm pursuant to this. Let me make sure I've got the right reference. Pursuant to 1219, House Bill 23-1219, which is about a waiting period to deliver a firearm, then that municipality has an inherent liability that cannot be denied. We always want to talk about the rights of the citizens. Well, this particular amendment does that. So I'm in very strong support of this thoughtful amendment from my colleague and representative from Penrose, Colorado. So please vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Lynch, Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, we've had a good, robust discussion tonight. Huh? Okay, I'm not speaking to this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L45? Seeing none. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote.
Any other additional discussion on Amendment L45? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, where were we? Let's see. So we've talked about this quite a bit, and I think we've satisfied all the curiosity on this side of the aisle for tonight about where we stand on this bill. And thank you for that debate. It was intriguing and I think enlightening, and also expresses how our caucus feels about the Second Amendment, how strongly we feel about it. But every good thing must come to an end, so I would like to run a friendly amendment, Amendment L046, and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion.
Can you see it? It looks exactly like the one you have in your
Amendment L46 has been displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a real simple amendment. You've seen them before. This is to change this to a petition clause, and I would urge a yes vote.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Minority Leader Lynch. We urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L46? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L46 passes. To the bill, Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, folks, for a very robust debate this evening. We really feel like this is a measure that saves lives, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. The question before us is House Bill 2312, the passage of House Bill 231219 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 231219 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel.
Please read the title of, Mr. Becker.
Mr. Becker, please read the title of the next bill.
House Bill 1202 by Representative Epson, Wilford, also Senators Priola and Gonzalez, concerning the ability of a municipality to authorize the establishment of life-saving overdose prevention centers.
Representative Epps.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 1202 and are going to ask for an aye vote. There is no committee report.
To the bill. Representative Epps.
Colleagues, there was a 9 a.m. version of this opening statement, and there was a 1:30 p.m. version of these remarks, and there may have been one planned for 9 o'clock last night. But there's not a 2 a.m. version of this opening statement. What I'm going to tell you about House Bill 1202, what we're going to tell you is that right now, it's around 2:30 a.m., right now in Denver, Colorado, there are some of our neighbors who are walking the streets, who are up, who are using drugs to stay awake tonight. They are using to stay awake so that they don't freeze to death. Some of them never used before they became unhoused, but they learned that on cold winter nights in Denver, one way to stay alive was to use and to stay awake. House Bill 1202 is about only two things. Title says it all: local control of life-saving overdose prevention centers. and it's about saving lives and local control. We use the phrase local control an awful lot in this chamber. It's said a lot. But no matter how long you serve, you're never going to find a bill that is truly more on point, a bill about local control than this one. We trust every single one of your districts, the municipalities therein, the cities and towns. We trust them to decide for themselves if an overdose prevention center is right for your community or not. And as part of the Denver delegation, we're asking you to afford us that same respect and trust and make that choice for Denver. Every day, colleagues, every day, 5 Coloradans die of preventable drug overdose. Every day, 5 Coloradans. In the time we have together, as important as it is that we talk about what overdose prevention centers are, it's also important to recognize what they aren't. What they are places where folks who are already using, who are already in the active use phase of substance use disorder, can receive care and protection and stay alive. Over the past day, I've tried to keep a tally. I lost count, but we've heard lots of references to life-saving. Many, many references to life and liberty, to life, to saving lives. You cannot go to rehab if you're not alive. You cannot seek treatment if you're not alive. You cannot get help or heal or get well or mend relationships or make amends or be forgiven if you are not alive.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have to be alive to get well. And that is exactly what we're talking about this evening, members. As our friend, our representative from El Paso County shared with us and encouraged us yesterday to be thoughtful about the words that we use when we talk about people. People in particular with substance use disorders. And so I want to invite you members this evening, or this morning, shall I say, this very bright early morning, to be thoughtful about our word choices to describe people who use drugs and to not use stigmatizing language. We are not here to stigmatize people. We are here to talk about life-saving solutions. Instead of calling somebody an addict or using another derogatory term, I would invite you to use the term substance use disorder and recognize that people are paying attention to the language that we use in this chamber, and many of them are in recovery. And so we want to recognize that journey and honor them and honor the fact that their lives matter, whether they're 17 or 70 years old. Their lives matter. Now, throughout the course of this conversation, I've heard from some of you that folks in your community are just not ready for an overdose prevention center, and that is absolutely okay. And this bill was intentionally drafted to make sure that before your community said yes, that your community had a chance to figure out what guardrails made sense for your city. To have the conversations with law enforcement that you needed to have with your city and your community before opening up one of these centers. We're talking about a public health and a local control approach to give cities the tools that they desperately need in their toolbox. And I know, members, because I served on a city council for 5 years. I served and we had conversations, very difficult conversations, about moving forward with life-saving strategies, but this strategy, members, was not on the table. And so I look forward to our conversation and what I expect to be robust debate, and I, again, really very encourage you and invite you to use thoughtful language when we're talking about our neighbors, our friends, and our family members. Thank you.
All right. Representative Wilford, appreciate your cautionary notes to members here, especially at the hour on language, and I'm going to urge everyone to hew to that. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the ranking member of Public Health in my caucus, I sat and listened to over 5 hours of testimony on this particular bill. There were several sides to this issue. One of the things that's very difficult for Colorado to accept, particularly the rest of Colorado, is that these, what in this bill is called an overdose prevention center, is also referred to as an injection site location where illegal and illicit drugs are used by the addicts that are using them.
Representative,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
please continue.
Thank you. Now, I know it's late, and some of us want to redefine the English language. I'll try to be very cautious and careful, but I'm going to use words that are in the Webster's dictionary. And we can pull the dictionary and read them if we want to. I will try to be very cautious and courteous, but I'm not going to redefine the English language. Now, there is a lot of people that are concerned about the dangers to our communities of these drugs, to the impact on public safety, to the enabling forces and factors that are created by what is offered in this bill. I listened to hours and hours of testimony, and so did my other colleagues. And many of us could not cross that bridge. I think the hardest thing for me when things like public health, health care, and wellness were offered as a definition of these overdose prevention centers, that there is nothing healthy, there is nothing about wellness that is being afflicted with chemical dependency and addiction. In fact, I correlate this to what I call chemical slavery. Many of us loathe the word slavery. But when you are enabling those individuals to be enslaved day after day after day by this chemical addiction, you are in part participating in this very tragic and terrible activity. Now, in order to be kind and courteous, because this is very controversial, I will tell you, rural Colorado doesn't want any part of this. Rural Colorado doesn't want this. But unfortunately, here we are in the House of Representatives. Now, I know it says there's municipalities can approve this. And if Denver wants this, we have amendments that'll allow for that. Let Denver have it. But there are so many other communities in Colorado that don't find this as a solution to anything. In fact, testimony was offered from El Paso County that has a very different model of rehabilitation and recovery, which is the true pathway to break the shackles of chemical slavery that is addiction, that binds you and holds you and never releases you until you have hit so far down to the bottom of that dark hole and pit that you decide you have to climb up. And many people never get to the bottom to come back up because they die on the streets of overdose. Now, I know the proponents of this bill are going to tell you nobody dies in an overdose prevention center. But what people don't talk about is the people that are still dying blocks away from these centers because of this dependency, because of the toxicity of the drugs that are on the streets that we still have yet to address in this chamber. I don't know when that time comes. I would have asked for it be in the first 60 days, not the last. But I'm just a rural Colorado representative. But I will tell you, there are people that are scared to death of this. There are communities that have suffered greatly from this experiment. Not every person in that committee room said that this was the solution to this great, great problem, societal problem. As a matter of fact, one former heroin addict, and my bill sponsors will remember this because he held his belt in the air with his teeth marks on that belt. And he said that if he had this in Baltimore, where he was from, he would have never broken the shackles of chemical slavery. Now, those are my words, not his. He would have died on the streets like all the rest of his friends because he would have been enabled to continue to use heroin or some other form of chemical slavery, chemical dependency, until it would have taken his life. And then this gentleman, and I won't forget this because it really struck me, as we talk about, well, look what Canada's doing, look what New York City's doing, look what all these other places are doing. He said, yeah, look what Canada's doing. Because now Canada has taken this and extrapolated it out to say, you know what, now we're just going to make all drugs legal and we're going to give them to you. Is that what awaits Colorado? Is that what awaits Denver? As we open the door to this Pandora's box. Now, I will tell you, I understand the bill sponsors think this is the solution to a problem, or maybe partial solution to a problem that's a much greater solution. But how do you get the people that are entrapped in this horrible dependency to break the shackles and free themselves from this bondage? Well, what was offered in committee, ladies and gentlemen, by many who testified in support of this, is we are just going to wait until they feel like they need to find that freedom. How long would that take? Because everybody knows when you are on drugs, you're not thinking clearly. Your judgment is greatly impaired. Now, I've never been a drug addict. Unfortunately, I've known them, and I've suffered loss because my best friend in high school, one of my besties, wanted to take this journey, and he's dead today. And I still cry. I cry for him. because his sister, also a very good friend of mine, had children. And those children never got, and they grew up with my children, and they never got to know their uncle. They've come to me now as young adults and say, Representative Holtorf or Mr. Holtorf, I understand you are one of my uncle's best friends. And I've been told you're the only good influence he ever had. And I tell you what, my heart cries. And I'm afraid if he had something like this, maybe his demise would have come sooner. I don't know. But I will tell you, I'm very concerned and scared for what is being offered here. The title is very nice, but what happens around these centers is not nice. It's not public health. It's not health and wellness. It's not trying to get people out of chemical dependency and into rehabilitation. Although it will be discussed, it's not pushed. Because what I was heard in testimony, and if the bill sponsors want to correct me, please do, is we're going to wait until the addict or the, what's the better word to say? I'm trying to think. There's no better word? Pardon? Yeah, maybe perhaps a family member or a friend that's being trapped can decide that they want out before they die. Thank you.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I recognize that this is going to be a very robust and full conversation, and one that I'm definitely looking forward to. But when we started out this debate, I very, very specifically asked that we not stigmatize people who use drugs or substance use disorders. And so I would just ask colleagues that as we continue this conversation, that we not try to redefine the English language. Slavery, or slave, as it's outlined in the Oxford Dictionary, is a person forced to work for and obey and is considered to be somebody else's property. Slavery, the act of being a slave. And we are not talking about slavery. We are not talking about being a slave. We are not here to redefine the English language. So I would really encourage you members, let's focus on the bill. Let's focus on not stigmatizing people who use drugs. Now, to some of the things that we just heard, I've always been told that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting different results. Well, the way that we've been handling substance use disorders has been looking exclusively at the criminal justice system and expecting that that is going to be the place where people get well. But we know that that is not the only way, that is not the only path, and it's not the only thing that our communities need. There are wait lists for recovery centers all across our state. We heard in testimony some folks are waiting upwards of 6 weeks to get into a program. I know my county of Adams County, we don't even have a center for folks to go. I would say I hear the concerns that the rural communities may not be ready for this, and that is exactly why this bill has been designed to be all about local control, so that when a community is ready to have a conversation, when they are ready to do the hard work and decide if this is an option that they want to put on the table, they have the ability to do so. Harm reduction measures are absolutely a public benefit, because instead of somebody using in a Starbucks bathroom and a barista who is not equipped to be able to handle that particular situation having to find an individual overdosed, instead of somebody using in our libraries and our parks, ideally, these folks are going to an overdose prevention center where they are able to use in a supervised space with previously obtained drugs that can be tested for fentanyl. They can get counseling, they can connect to treatment, receive harm reduction services, and most importantly, stay alive. We know that there is not a one-size-fits-all approach for recovery, and recovery is unfortunately not a straight line. It's a line that kind of winds around and can swerve around a little bit, but ultimately it's not the same for every single person. And so this approach is designed to truly meet people where they are with dignity and compassion and empathy. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Epps.
Colleagues, words matter, and it's important for however long we have this conversation that we have some level setting about what it is okay to say and it isn't. Not in a First Amendment context, but if we're committed to being accurate, we should do that from jump. We're going to make these decisions, colleagues, based on facts, not just fear, not fear-mongering. Not fear-mongering that others, my neighbors are not junkies, they are not druggies, they are Coloradans, they are my neighbors. To the degree that we're gonna let fear drive our decisions, the fear can't be about the scary thing of the place you haven't visited yet, or the scary words related to injection. The fear that should be relevant in our decision-making is the fear of losing another neighbor to a preventable drug overdose. Words I've heard already tonight, one is enabling. Let's just be super clear. Of course these overdose prevention centers they enable our neighbors to stay alive. They don't enable drug use any more than when a year ago this body invested millions of dollars in fentanyl test strips and in overdose reversal agents. My colleagues that preceded me weren't enabling drug use, they were enabling harm reduction. They were enabling folks to use safer until they could stop using. The enabling that was happening when we invested in Narcan and naloxone was enabling folks to stay alive. As for encouraging, those of us who don't use banned drugs, we are not going to start using banned drugs because there's an indoor safer place to do it. The words illegal and illicit, they isolate, they other, they suggest that the folks who are in the active use phases of substance use disorder are anything other than Coloradans who deserve support. Illegal and illicit. I feel like I'm nervous to be the one to break this to you all, but the drug supply is toxic. Our neighbors are already using. They're using in train stations, they're using in libraries, they're using in parks, and they're dying alone. The title of the bill, the phrase overdose prevention center, is intentional. It's intentional not just because it's positive. We should name things based on that which we want. Speak it into existence. Words have power. But the naming, why we dismiss the isolating term of injection is twofold. One, because what is happening at these centers is overdose prevention, which is a suite of activities that indeed are public health, that are rooted in public health and grounded and led by public health officials, including testing, access to counseling, referrals to therapy when people are ready for rehab, and treatment when it's available. These are things that are beyond use. And just to be real clear, because we're going to lean into not being scared of what the words actually mean, the reason why we don't just say injection is because, and maybe I'm the first one to let you know this, but our neighbors who use banned drugs do not only inject drugs. So that is why we say safe use, and that is why we say safe consumption. Because when someone who's ready to make the harm reductive choice to go to an overdose prevention center, to use in the company of folks who want them to stay alive, it is a harm reduction choice to use in a different way than injecting. Don't let those terms isolate. There was a mention of rural Colorado. Rural Colorado is no more homogeneous and monolithic than our cities. There's a reason why this bill is grounded in local control. Denver, Colorado is not the only place in Colorado that has syringe access, that has syringe exchanges. As I don't have the pleasure of representing rural Colorado, I won't name those places, but please don't think that only Denver is investing in that harm reduction care. I trust rural Colorado. I'm not here to set a rule that says if you're in rural Colorado, your decision making, you can't be trusted to decide whether or not an overdose prevention center is right for you. And if we were to undermine local control, this thing that's enshrined in our Constitution, by saying we'll only offer this opportunity to save lives to cities or municipalities over a certain size, that is saying, rural Colorado, we don't trust you, and I do trust you. Y'all, 61 days now? 61 days in, 59 days left. I've never spoken at the well on a bill before, and probably would have never if I didn't have to. You're in Denver, you're in our capital, and I want to be real clear what we are talking about as we move into this phase of conversation. You have one municipality in Colorado that has taken the step of creating an ordinance to authorize overdose prevention centers. Understand the landscape of what we are asking you, what I am asking you to authorize. That location is Denver. It's been 5 years. In 2018, Denver authorized not even an overdose prevention center, but authorized one program to apply for one permit for 1 2-year pilot program. And we've waited for state action since then. If the other ways, because there are other ways, diversity of tactics matters, if the other ways of working to intervene in the overdose crisis had worked, we wouldn't be here asking for this. If we had managed to arrest our way out of overdoses, to pray our way out of overdoses, to tough love our way out of overdoses, if those things alone had worked, we wouldn't be here asking, begging for the opportunity to do this. Denver is my favorite city on earth, but Denver is losing a person a day, a neighbor a day, not a junkie, not a druggie, a Coloradan every day. And those folks are already using. The arguments that may come against overdose prevention centers are really good arguments to have with your city council if someone ever proposes this. They are the arguments to have and the conversations to have with commissioners and town councils, should it ever come up. But I promise you, my city has done that. Our city councilors toured overdose prevention centers and had presentations, and for years, this wasn't an easy vote. So when we're asking you to authorize, why the bill text itself is 1 page is because it does just 2 things. It defines overdose prevention centers, and it asks that we as a body don't just pay lip service to local control, but that we say we trust rural Colorado, the relatively more urban Colorado, and all parts in between. So as you listen to arguments, many of which are going to be really good arguments against an overdose prevention center in a location, recognize that we've had those conversations in Denver. And we trust your communities too. If any other city in the state gets to a point where you're ready to host an overdose prevention center, I promise I want to come to the ribbon cutting. But that's not where we are. Those are the conversations to have in your communities. There was a phrase that was said of something like this relating to overdose prevention centers, and it was tinged with fear. And my invitation to you, as you consider the arguments, as you focus on the ask, which is that we let every Colorado municipality decide for itself. And by that, I mean it in a literal way. I'm not just asking you to let Denver say yes. I'm asking you to let North Glen say no, if that's where North Glen is. It has been 5 years since our city council passed an ordinance. It's been 5 years since this body, a few of you were there, but since this body courageously passed bipartisan interim legislation that would have authorized this. The political winds, it wasn't in the cards for us then. But it's been 5 years, and it's time for us to give all of our municipalities this opportunity. Let's legislate based on facts, not fear, but to the extent that fear is relevant, it has to be the fear of losing neighbors to preventable drug deaths blocks away from where they could have received help, and not the fear of the unknown, not the fear of othering, not the fear because people who use a drug that is different than perhaps our drug of choice.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was on that committee and listened to hours of testimony. And I will tell you, during the witness testimony, most of the people talking refer to themselves as former drug addicts. So that's the terminology that I'm going to use. If you search any successful way to treat a drug addict, it is unanimous in saying that the only treatment can stop the ravaging of mind and body. The Denver Rehab Center themselves, which are run by former drug addicts, say that addicts will shoot up the minute they score drugs and that they will not wait to walk or get a ride to an overdose prevention site. Addicts are less concerned with safety and their own mortality than where and when their next high will happen. That was what they stated. Others state that people struggling with addiction need help, not a legal place to shoot up. Dr. Andrew Colodny, Medical Director of Opioid Policy Research Collaborative at Brandeis University, argues that making prevention and recovery much more accessible to those in need would have an immediate impact and that we need to make treatment more affordable. We heard a lot of testimonies with a lot of people in support of this bill talking about the path to wellness. Overdose prevention centers have an extremely poor record of moving drug users into treatment and recovery, with some referral rates as low as 1%. As a result, neighborhoods that host overdose prevention centers, like downtown Eastside and Vancouver, often devolve into open-air drug markets with hundreds of homeless addicts sleeping in the streets, compounding the problem and externalizing the social costs into neighborhoods and small businesses. Are these centers monitoring the addicts once they are high, deterring them for violence, stealing or getting into their cars and driving away from the centers, and killing someone in a car accident or someone walking across the street? There were many interviews done for businesses outside the OPC in East Harlem, and those businesses can't even stock the shelves in convenience stores because the stealing is so rampant that they're destroying the small businesses around these places. If these sites proved to be effective, there would be more than just a few in the entire country. In fact, 5 cities in 2017 surrounding Seattle quickly passed local ordinances banning these sites. Governor Newsom of the state of California has even vetoed these sites based on lack of strong, engaged local leadership and well-documented, vetted, and thoughtful operational and sustainability plans, stating that worsening drug consumption challenges in these areas is not a risk we can take. That's the governor of California. Many advocates of overdose prevention centers argue that no one has died within a facility from a drug overdose, but a closer look should give us pause that enabling continued drug injection is truly safe and that we are not in actual practice promoting more harm than good. In a study in New England Journal of Medicine found that in the course of 10,514 injections events at the site between 2014 and 2019, there were 33 opioid-involved overdose with no fatalities while the victim was on the property. In the event of an overdose, Narcan was administered and the overdose victims were returned to the streets. And just a side note, if you look up the Narcan website, it specifically states that after administering Narcan to a person experiencing an overdose, they should be taken to the emergency room for observation. It was found at these overdose prevention centers that less than 1% of overdose victims were actually transported to the ER. Going back to the study, the reported data did not show any decrease in high-risk behavior. If anything, it showed the opposite. Participation in facility services did not reduce the number of injections nor the number of overdose events over time, raising the concern that approved consumption sites may actually lessen the incentive for participants to enter treatment and recovery. Treatment is an evidence-based practice with a proven track record in helping addicts recover. Critically, there remains one overwhelming challenge to the claim that the facilities are actually safe for participants in the community. A disclaimer in the report reveals that researchers did not collect data related to the behavior of the participants when they were not using the site, which means that they do not know if they overdosed or died elsewhere. That is, those participating in the consumption site continued to also inject illicit drugs in locations beyond the facility borders, risking not only overdose, but also using contaminated drugs or injection equipment without staff intervention. And drug users inject multiple times a day, as studies in comparable facilities in both Sydney and Vancouver show only a relatively small proportion of all injections transpire at such facilities. And the reason is the drug user's preference. This explains why communities that operate such sites like Vancouver still suffer record high overdose deaths year after year. In 2003, when the Vancouver facility opened, they were experiencing between 200 and 300 drug-induced deaths per year. And in 2016, they were on pace to surpass more than 900 people that died from drug overdose. There's no sound statistical evidence beyond the injection site. Also, what are we doing about the addicts that use cocaine and methamphetamine, either alone or in combination with an opioid? In the New England Journal of Medicine study, this population made up 25% of the drug users. We allow them to use these drugs, and then what happens if they overdose? There's no Narcan equivalent for reducing stimulant drug overdoses. And what about the cost? There is no fiscal note attached to this bill because it's left up to local municipalities to decide if they want overdose prevention centers. But according to the Overdose Prevention Center at On Point in New York City, they receive grants for needles and materials, but they are in desperate need for funding the operational costs of about $120,000 a month. Our bill sponsors would like to open around 110 in the next 5 years, and according to my math, that's $1.4 million for every one center, and for 110 centers, that's $158 million for the state of Colorado. Where is the money coming from? Is it coming from each local health department? Is it coming from government taxpayer-funded money? Because I can tell you, without stakeholdering every taxpayer in Colorado, you will have a big problem funding these sites with their money. We do know it cannot come from the federal government because of two laws. The crack house laws make it illegal to maintain or open any place for the purpose of using any controlled substance, and is a federal statute that complicates opening these centers. Also, the controlled substance law that states that it shall be unlawful to manage or control any place, whether permanently or temporarily, either as an owner, lessee, agent, employee, occupant, or mortgage, and knowingly and intentionally rent, lease, profit from, or make available for us with or without compensation the place for the purpose of unlawfully manufacturing, storing, or distributing or using controlled substance. The lawyer who testified for this bill equated these federal laws to a lack of enforcement, like driving 60 miles an hour in a 55 mile per hour speed limit. Really? Let's say this bill gets through and we open a couple of these centers and local municipalities spend millions of dollars and a lack of statistical evidence that the centers decrease overdoses, and a new administration comes into office and closes them down. What then? Millions of dollars spent that could have been spent on opening new treatment centers for drug addiction, which is what we need. These have proven to be evidence-based practice and have the success proven to help millions of addicts recover. The failure of OPCs is that we have not cut the snake off at the head. We have not changed the drug user's fundamental high-risk behavior. There's an alternative public policy, which is to secure drug treatment programs capable of altering high-risk behavior. Use that money to support strenuous outreach and treatment, not a program that effectively enables continued self-destruction. OPCs do not make injection users safe. When seen in aggregate, they may well contribute to overall greater risk, allowing drug dealers to congregate while we ask law enforcement to look the other way, all while undermining deterrence and prevention strategies. I will end with the argument of neighbors to safe injection sites in Canada. They say that safe injection sites have not delivered on their promises and have caused a significant increase in trash, crime, and disorder. Public health experts have built them with little public input, creating problems with longtime residents. Did the bill sponsors go into the public and ask neighbors what they thought? The Harm Reduction Center, which disposes of dirty needles and administers clean ones, and are only open from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., is a far cry from an overdose prevention center. I ask you to go back to the drawing board, talk to the public, perhaps put it on as a ballot initiative. Unless you are willing to put the first OPC across from your house or at the Capitol so we can all witness firsthand its detrimental effects on Colorado. Thank you.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief in that nothing about this piece of legislation identifies the number of overdose prevention centers that the sponsor and I would like to see. That is something that we are hoping that local governments will have a conversation about and decide entirely what they want to do and how they want to move forward. So just to be clear, there is no intention of having 110 overdose prevention sites throughout Colorado. We simply want local governments to be able to do what they do best, and that's engage their communities and make local decisions. Thanks.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's late. And we're probably a little tired. But let's be clear about a couple things. We're not talking about something that is okay or that's even legal. Words do matter. They absolutely matter. They are called illegal drugs for a reason, because by statute, federal and state statute, they are illegal. Do we want to be known as something that encourages illegal activity under any cause? Drugs are a business. They call it a drug business. The cartels are a drug business. Businesses operate on supply and demand. They need a consumer. They need someone that will use their product. The I-25 corridor coming out of Mexico and all the way into Canada is a primary corridor for moving illegal drugs, along with lots of other things that are illegal. Drugs are a huge stopping off for Denver. Do you know why Denver? What sits in Denver? A massive distribution system, rail, freight, air, everything conceivable to distribute your product if you are a drug dealer anywhere you want to go. These are illegal drugs. Illegal drugs. Heroin, illicit fentanyl, methamphetamine.
Not only they're illegal, they're poisonous. They kill you. They're deadly. We see the deaths everywhere. I, for one, do not wish to encourage anything illegal activity. We talk about local control. I would encourage you to think about this. Local governments, local control are a finite size, and they are minuscule when they are compared to the cartels and the drug business. Before I retired, I worked out of Northcom, and we did domestic response. Part of that was fires, floods, hurricanes. We also tracked drugs. We tracked weapons. We tracked everything coming into this country that could cause harm to this country and its citizens. That was our job. We did that in coordination with the FBI, the DEA, your local sheriffs, Border Patrol. Because our job was to protect Americans, and that included Coloradans. We looked at those drugs coming in. We looked at the weapons coming in. These cartels would dwarf half the businesses on Wall Street. Local municipalities do not stand a chance to stand up to them. Their money, their power. You want to talk about fear? You want to talk about intimidation? I used to be stationed down at Fort Bliss in El Paso, Texas. There were running gun battles of the cartel crossing into United States territory, chasing people and killing them in the United States of America, and then running back across the border. Mexican government was trying to stop them. The Mexican federalities, we were, Border Patrol. The amount of weapons they had, the amount of money they had, the amount of vehicles they had. They weren't driving cheap vehicles. They were driving high-speed vehicles. Illegal activity is a big, big business. Illegal drugs are huge. We have TCNs, transcontinental and crime organizations. These are organizations that deal internationally in illegal drugs, and they import them into this state, along with many other states in our country and other countries around the world. They make billions of dollars a year. Local governments, local control cannot stand up to them. You know the other thing that's interesting about businesses? You know how businesses grow? They have a product that people like. It tends to expand. Illegal drugs clearly have expanded in our country. They will not be confined to Denver. They will not be confined to a municipality. They will not be confined to Aurora or any other city in this state. Right now, they are not confined to anywhere in the United States of America. You find illegal drugs in every county in this state. You find drug dealers all over this state. They are just looking for an opportunity to expand their business. That's how they make money. They deal in illegal drugs and they deal in death. My colleagues that work in law enforcement, and I've worked side by side with them on some of these investigations, when you look at these people, they have zero regard for you and me. They don't care about our lifestyles. They don't care what we do. They don't care that we are sitting in this building trying to help the people of Colorado. They care about money, power, and control. And they get that through illegal drugs. They get that through fear. They get that through force, intimidation, coercion. Pick your adjective. And they are relentless because there's a lot of them with a lot of money and a lot of power. They have no intention of stopping. And they don't care who they have to kill, whether it's with a bullet or a drug, so they can keep making profits. That's their business model. That's their world. And they are bringing that world here. They want to expand the business. And if we enable them through laws to peddle their illegal drugs, their poisonous, toxic drugs to our citizens, that is enabling. That is opening the door wider for them to increase their business model. All they care about is money, power, and control. Our job is to secure the citizens of this state, provide them safety and security. That's one of the jobs of government. We do that through law enforcement, a few other means, but we have to stop the drugs from coming in here. We should not be going in the reverse and creating an environment that encourages the drug cartels to expand their business and bring more poisons into our society. If you have any business, you go to places that encourage that. And if you want to call them safe injection sites, that's where the drug cartels will go. That's what they seek, because that's where they find users. That's where they find people that will take their poison. That's how they make money, at the expense of the lives, the families of our communities, our local control, our governments. Having been overseas and seeing how they can absolutely control local governments, will be no different here. That kind of money, that kind of power is absolute. They're not going to yield to our laws. They clearly haven't in decades of peddling poison in this country and around the world. They don't care about laws. They care about money, power, and control. And they will roll over local governments in a heartbeat. Local governments do not have the law enforcement, the resources to secure their citizens against drug cartels. And they will continue to expand because they will go where the money is at. They will go wherever they can find a place to sell their poison. We must start looking at them. We must be ready, because they are going to keep coming at us. They are not going to stop. And if we open the door wider, they will rush in with more and more resources to sell their poison to our citizens. That is what we need to stop. And we need to stop them, because they will not stop. You want to talk about treatments? If you have not heard of it, I would encourage you to look up STEP Denver. It's a phenomenal treatment facility here. Paul, I will go over there and give you a tour with it. His story is amazing. Business executive, family, kids, living the high life. He started drinking, started doing a few drugs. The short of it is he went downhill, lost everything, lost the business, family, divorced, hit rock bottom. He eventually pulled out of it. And his way to give back to the community was starting Step Denver. And it's a very specific process. That's how we rehabilitate drug users. We don't encourage them and we don't enable them to keep shooting up or taking drugs in any manner they want to. We get them in a facility that has strict guidance to help them get better. And then we fight the drugs and we fight the cartels with our laws, our law enforcement, and we support them in those manners. I would encourage you to think about separating those two and looking at them through that point of view. And let's not enable the drug cartels in their business to keep coming after Colorado and our citizens. Thank you.
All right, we'll go next to Rep. Evans. I'm going to remind members that the question in the bill before us is whether local governments should or should not be able to authorize what the bill calls an overdose prevention center. Let's keep the discussion more closely to that question. Now, Representative Evans, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've read this bill. I've read this bill because as a police officer, as a military person, I've seen the harm that can happen in our communities. And I want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can do to reduce harm, to care for those most vulnerable folks in our communities, to ensure that we're providing resources to those folks that need a helping hand. And so as I read this bill, looking to see, does this bill do those worthy goals? Does it reduce harm? Does it help the most vulnerable folks in our community? A couple of things stood out to me. So if you start on page 2, it talks about preventable drug overdoses are a public health crisis that impact every Colorado community and are a matter of both local and state concern. And I absolutely agree with that. We are in a public health crisis that is impacting our communities at both the local and the state level. I saw it. I lived it every day professionally. I saw the trauma. I saw the tragedies that are happening, that are playing out across our state as a result of this. And so, of course, I want to make sure that we are finding a solution that does reduce harm, that does care for those vulnerable folks in our community. Sorry, I keep banging into this thing here. And so as I read through this bill, and I compared it to my lived experiences, I compared it to conversations that I've had with a lot of folks that suffer from substance abuse, I asked myself, is what is recorded in this bill, is the policies that are put forth by this bill, are they going to reduce harm? I had a conversation with a constituent of mine just less than a week ago. And he'd heard about the bill, and he pulled me aside. He knew I was his state representative, and he wanted to talk to me about this. And he said, Gabe, I used to be somebody that was addicted to drugs. And he said, I saw that bill, and my concern is that as a former user of these illegal substances, nothing in that bill would have helped me get clean. Nothing in that bill would have helped me take the necessary steps that I had to take in order to beat a crippling, debilitating addiction. He told me, this is what I needed. He said, the point where my life turned around was honestly when I got arrested. He said, that is what made me realize that I had hit a really bad point in my life. And that is what motivated me to do the hard work to beat the disorder that I was suffering from. He told me if this bill, House Bill 1202, had passed, he might not have ever recovered. If rather than being confronted with the reality of the damage that these substances were doing to his physical, mental, and emotional health, if instead of being confronted with that, the policies in this bill existed that would have perpetuated the idea that, as long as you take these harmful, illegal substances in an approved, designated location, well then, harm is being reduced. He told me harm to me wasn't being reduced. I was still ingesting things that were toxic to my health. I was still engaged in behaviors that were hazardous to my existence. And so his concern to me specifically about this piece of proposed legislation was that it would not have helped him in his recovery. And so as I read this, and I agree with lines 6, 7, and 8, we are in the middle of a crisis, but we have to have a solution that works. And what my constituent told me was that as somebody that had fought and won against addiction, this policy would not have helped him. I saw this over and over in my law enforcement career. I saw folks that a lot of times they'd actually write us thank you letters. They would say, you may not remember me 3 months ago, 6 months ago, however long ago it was. Or maybe you do remember me. Maybe you do remember me because unfortunately I was in the middle of a debilitating condition at the time that made me do things that I am not proud of. But because of my interactions with you, being law enforcement, I realized I need to take a different path in life. And we would get thank you notes, not often, but I can think of 2 or 3 in my career of folks that were struggling with these crippling substance abuse issues that would thank us for the care and the compassion and for the accountability that was provided that helped them get back on a better track. And unfortunately, I don't see that piece of policy in this proposed legislation. And so that's the first concern that I have. Moving on in the bill, still on page 2, but moving down to line 11, paragraph B. It talks about overdose deaths in Colorado have skyrocketed in recent years, increasing by 38% from 2019 to 2020. That's absolutely true. I saw it. I lived it. I stopped being a police officer last year. This isn't just a data point to me. These are places, these are faces, these are human beings, these are families, these are lives, some of which we're able to get back on a better path, but unfortunately far too many of which we're not. And so again, I ask, if we are trying to solve the problem that's outlined here on lines 11 and 12 of overdose deaths in Colorado skyrocketing, how do we do that? Does this policy accomplish the comprehensive response by communities and elected officials that's designed to reduce harm to people who use illegal drugs and to improve community safety? Does this bill improve community safety? Does it reduce that harm to folks that are stuck in the grip of this substance use disorder? And as we've discussed earlier, my concern is that this is merely a symptom of a broader problem. We heard my colleague from Parker talk about the vast illegal machine that is victimizing our community members. And while my colleague from Parker speaks to it on a macro level, I can attest to that on the local level. I can attest to the fact that we had cartel presence in our communities, and those cartels victimized our neighbors, they victimized our communities, they contributed to all of these horrifying statistics and data points and problems that we see on lines 11 through 15. And at the local level, there was very little that I could do to solve that problem comprehensively. But what I can tell you is this, that creating a policy that provides a tacit level of approval for the use of those substances, based on my experience and what I saw, and based on conversations that I've had with folks that have beaten substance use disorder, is not going to reduce harm, and it is not going to improve community safety. And so that's a concern that I have with this bill. I'm worried that once again, as we chase a symptom without an actual solution, the 38% of folks from 2019 to 2020, that number will increase. And our communities, our friends, our neighbors will continue to suffer. Moving on down, paragraph C now, line 16. It says that Colorado has not yet authorized its municipalities to fully consider evidence-based behavioral health interventions or to permit the overdose prevention programs that research demonstrates saves lives and support the recovery of people who use controlled substances. And so as I digested that paragraph and I thought about it, I had a couple of questions that I asked myself. Of course, we always go back to harm reduction. How do we reduce harm to our communities? How do we save lives, as it says on line 18? How do we support the recovery of people who use controlled substances? And we've heard the statistic mentioned before, and I've seen it personally. In fact, I actually toured the proposed site for the Overdose Prevention Center here in Denver. And it refreshed my memory on, unfortunately, how many times folks that are using these substances use a day. Up to 15 times a day. And folks who are suffering from this affliction, based on data from the proposed Overdose Prevention Center, and based on my own personal experience, that data indicates that these folks are not going to have the self-control to acquire their narcotic of choice and then to actually make it to an overdose prevention center. Anecdotally, a lot of times when I watch drug transaction happens, a lot of times within 60 seconds of that transaction occurring, the sufferer of that substance abuse had already utilized that narcotic. And so my concern is that the goal that's laid out here in paragraph C is not actually going to be accomplished by this policy. The most vulnerable members in our community, the folks who are most firmly in the grip of this debilitating condition, are not going to be able to make it to an overdose prevention center. And so these overdoses that we read about are going to continue to happen. They're going to continue to happen on the street corners, and the cars, and the alleys, and the parks, and the public bathrooms, because these individuals who are suffering are using up to 15 times a day, and because the very nature of addiction indicates that they are not going to be able to make it to an overdose prevention center. But as we've heard before, my concern is that other folks will be in the area. I made a career out of fighting and opposing those who victimize our community, those who prey upon our most vulnerable, those who peddle the poison that drive all of the horrifying statistics that we see in this legislative declaration, the drug dealers, the cartels. And those folks will absolutely exploit an overdose prevention center. Unfortunately, we see it in Colorado today. That's partly why our overdose prevention number, our overdose deaths are going up. Because you have drug dealers and cartels who are taking advantage of our most vulnerable neighbors and friends and community members. And unfortunately, I see nothing in this policy that is actually going to hold them accountable, and I see nothing in this policy that will help to actually accomplish the lofty goals, the worthy goals, the necessary goals that are laid out on lines 11 through 19. Instead, what I see is a situation in which the tacit approval of allowing these illegal substances to be used by those suffering from substance abuse will just continue. And there was a comment made earlier that it's not like more people are going to start using drugs. And unfortunately, we have a new generation of young folks. And sometimes they make poor decisions. And so my concern is, while I might not use narcotics, what about my kids? What about in a moment of weakness? If they hear about a harm reduction center in which you can safely use an illegal narcotic, might one of my kids, in a moment of juvenile bad decision making, decide, you know what, I'm going to utilize a harm reduction center because I want to try this? These substances are addictive. That goes without saying. And oftentimes, one usage is all that it takes to start that negative downward spiral of substance abuse. So, as we look at line 20, where it discusses the public interest and serving Colorado's goal of saving lives and preventing overdose deaths, I have to ask, does the policy actually accomplish that worthy goal? And as I continue to read this bill, now moving down to line 23, it begins a conversation about local control. And it states local control is fundamental to Colorado's identity. Local control is an absolutely integral part of Colorado's identity. I worked for a municipality for over 10 years. I was the liaison. I got to do all of the local zoning and local control stuff. And so my concern is that as we discuss local control, we have to make sure that we're having a robust discussion about all of the effects of local control and allowing overdose prevention centers to be governed at the local level. Because you see, at the local level, oftentimes issues don't stay completely isolated to the local jurisdiction that implemented a policy. I know on a daily basis, my municipality was forced to confront and address issues that spilled over from surrounding municipalities. And oftentimes, policies that my municipality had enacted would spill over and influence our neighboring municipalities. And so as we look at this statement here that local control is fundamental to Colorado's economy, we have to remember that local control also influences the surrounding neighbors. And that is why we have that balance between local control and state control. We have robust conversations in this chamber about what is the appropriate place for local control And what is the appropriate place for state control? And so my concern is that by allowing this issue to be regulated at the local level, local municipalities that choose not to have an overdose prevention center in their jurisdiction may still have to deal with the consequences of a neighboring municipality that has decided to authorize an overdose prevention center. And so then what is the impact to local control when a local municipality is having to deal with issues that it expressly did not want to address? How can we ensure that our local governments are being good neighbors with each other? And so, as we discuss local control, my concern is that we need to consider all aspects of local control and balance it with, to use the terms found in the legislative declaration, the General Assembly, the state. The state-level government also finds and declares and has a vested interest in these matters. And so my concern is that the local control that's discussed here is going to negatively impact communities that did not want an overdose prevention center in their jurisdiction, but that nonetheless had to address those issues. You may now turn to page 3. So we go to page 3, and we read about overdose deaths being a matter of statewide and local concern. I think we've talked about how it's a matter of both, and how the state has an obligation to help provide some level of consistency in the implementation of proposed policies. We continue to move down, and we move to paragraph 3, subsection B, where it talks about overdose deaths cannot be prevented by criminalizing substance use or incarcerating people who use illegal drugs. And so as I read that, I thought back to the story that I mentioned earlier, in which a constituent of mine said that what helped him beat his substance use disorder was the fact that he was held responsible by our legal system, and that is what gave him the motivation to get himself back on a better path. And so I question whether or not line 7 here is really even a positive contribution to this policy, given the stories that I've just told. And I also think back again to my own experience, where it talks about incarcerating people who use illegal drugs. Anybody that follows the media knows that we have a lot of conversations and a lot of dialogue about this thing called PR bonds. And there's a lot of conversations about reducing the penalties for various different crimes. And so I can personally attest to the fact that user-level amounts of illegal narcotics have, in the overwhelming vast majority of situations in the last several years, not been a sufficiently large violation in order to land somebody in jail, and DOC is pretty much straight out of the question. 20 years ago, maybe, but not today. And so I asked myself, does line 8 recognize the positive work that Colorado has done in order to create a system in which users of illegal substances can actually get the help that they need? And based on my experience, we're not incarcerating user-level folks who use user-level amounts of drugs. Moving on. Paragraph C, line 9. Overdose prevention centers are proven to save lives and increase community safety. Obviously, we don't have one of these in Colorado yet, so we have to look elsewhere for data. And so I looked to our neighbor to the north, Vancouver, which legalized overdose prevention centers back in 2003, I believe. And so the question I had was, do overdose prevention centers save lives and increase community safety? And so I found this chart from Vancouver that talks about illicit drug toxicity deaths by year in British Columbia. So that's where Vancouver is located. And unfortunately, the trend that I see as I look at this graph shows that despite having an overdose prevention center that was legalized in 2003, overdose deaths have continued to climb, at times parabolically, in British Columbia and the Vancouver area. In the early 2000s, they were fairly stable at around the 250 person a year mark. But around 2014-15, they dramatically spike, at times to over 2,000 deaths a year. And that is an absolute travesty, because any life lost to substance abuse is a terrible loss. But if these overdose prevention centers actually do what it says here in line 9, if they actually do save lives and increase community safety, well, I don't know what Vancouver's doing wrong, but the data from there does not seem to bear out that hypothesis. And so I asked myself, does this policy actually save lives? Does it actually increase community safety? And it seems like the information from our neighbor to the north would indicate that is not the case. It's been mentioned before, but I think it bears worth repeating. This policy was proposed in California, a state that our governor very explicitly stated, we are not. We are Colorado, not California. And so when I see data from British Columbia that indicates that, well, there's not been a real appreciable drop in overdose deaths, when the governor of California vetoes a similar policy, I have to ask, is this in the best interest of Colorado? Will this actually save lives and increase community safety? And unfortunately, my personal experience and the research that I've done seems to indicate this does not help those folks who legitimately need assistance. Continuing down in the bill. Line 22. It says, in 2018, Denver enacted Ordinance 18-1292, becoming the first Colorado city to authorize an overdose prevention center pilot program. And so we've had a lot of dialogue so far about local control and the fact that so far only one municipality in Colorado apparently even has any interest in hosting one of these. And so my question is, if in 5 years only one municipality has asked for this, why is this bill broadly written to cover all 272 municipalities in the state of Colorado? If we're going to respect local control, this bill should be written to focus on the single municipality that wants to pursue this path. But it's not. And I find that to be of great concern to the 271 municipalities that in the last 5 years have expressed no interest in pursuing this policy direction. So I continue on in the bill. And now we're to page 4, and we've concluded the legislative declaration. And we're into the statutory part. So page 4, line 6, Title 31, Article 15, Section 905, where it talks about the Overdose Prevention Center. And it means that's a facility that's designed to provide a space for individuals to use previously obtained controlled substances. And we've dialogued about this a little bit, but I think it's important to emphasize the point. If they are going to previously obtain these controlled substances, they have to obtain them from somewhere. These are illegal controlled substances, which means that the providers of them are illegal providers. And as we've mentioned, these providers are criminals, they are cartels, they are drug dealers, they are people who are preying on the most vulnerable members of our community and of our society, and who have absolutely no regard for the lives and the communities that they destroy. So when we talk about a space for individuals to use previously obtained controlled substances, I have to think about the supply chain behind that. I have to think about the effect of that illegal supply chain on community safety. I think of stories that happened in my county where an individual unfortunately ran afoul of a cartel. That cartel had absolutely no concerns with kidnapping that individual, moving him over 100 miles away to northeastern Colorado, and torturing this individual in order to show the consequences of crossing the supplier of the previously obtained controlled substances. That situation had to be resolved by sending multiple SWAT officers across multiple counties in order to go stage a rescue effort in order to save somebody who crossed to the folks who are providing the controlled substances identified on page 4, line 10. I think of another situation. There was a time when I was doing military stuff via the National Guard and law enforcement stuff at the same time. My wife wasn't very happy with me, which is why I eventually had to stop doing military things. But on this particular day, finished up doing some law enforcement work in which we were focusing on a house that was doing what it talks about here in line 10. They were illegally providing illegal controlled substances to my community. Well, I left my law enforcement position, drove across the city, and walked into my hangar where all of my Black Hawk helicopter lived. And all of my soldiers there were talking about this same house. And it took me a moment to figure out, wait a second, I'm not in police land anymore, I'm in Army land. Why are we still talking about drugs and drug dealers and cartels? Why are we talking about the individuals who are providing the controlled substances referenced on page 4, line 10? And the answer that I got was this. Well, those drug dealers and those cartels knew that when it got a little bit too hot in the greater Denver area, well, they needed to bug out to eastern Colorado where they had a compound. And they had selected that compound because it was wide and it was flat, and they could see anybody approaching it for miles around. And unfortunately, these suppliers of the controlled substances, referenced on page 4, line 10, these suppliers of the controlled substances were reported to have heavy caliber weaponry. Heavy caliber weaponry of a nature that posed a threat to even the armored vehicles that law enforcement had. And so law enforcement had to reach out and ask for assistance from the Colorado National Guard to provide air support in order to perform a legitimate air assault style takedown on a compound owned by cartels in eastern Colorado because law enforcement did not have sufficient armored capacity to safely assault that compound. So when I read sentences that say that this overdose prevention center is providing a space for individuals to use previously obtained controlled substances, I think about the supply chain that is providing those previously obtained controlled substances. And I think about the fact that my soldiers had to work in conjunction with law enforcement to utilize military-grade aircraft to perform an air assault in Colorado in order to apprehend criminal cartel drug dealers who were preying on my community. And that concerns me. Continuing on down in the bill. The bill talks about having trained staff, healthcare professionals, for the purposes of providing life-saving treatment in the event of a potential overdose. So this is lines 11 through 13 on page 4. And so when we start talking about healthcare professionals, I think about all of the heroic nurses, doctors, paramedics, ambulance folks that I worked with during 2 of my careers. I think about a lot of the individuals that I interacted with that I had actually built relationships with that were homeless in the community where I worked, that used narcotics. And these folks, the folks suffering from substance abuse, when they were sober, they were some of the nicest people. I specifically remember one actually offering to pray over me when I was on duty because he told me as a police officer I had a hard job and he wanted to pray for me. Very nice individual when he was sober. However, when he was under the influence of these illegal substances, his entire personality and demeanor changed. Less than a week later, he pulled a knife on some of my officers, charged at them, and they had to use a taser in order to protect themselves and protect him. And so when we talk about healthcare professionals, a couple of concerns pop into mind. One is a statistic that I think most of us are familiar with, which is that there is a dramatically increasing amount of violence directed toward our healthcare professionals. And so if these overdose prevention centers are seeking to utilize the services of healthcare professionals in order to monitor these the use of these illegal substances, my concern is that we are endangering and jeopardizing the safety of these healthcare professionals who in the last few years have seen, I think at times, 500% increases in the assaults and the violence that is directed at them. And I think back to my homeless friend who was incredibly friendly and prayed over me when he was sober, but who pulled a knife on folks when he was not. And I think to myself, page 4, lines 11 through 13, are we exacerbating the recruiting and retention crisis in our healthcare workers by placing those healthcare workers in a position where they too could potentially be subject to such violence? And with that, I'm getting close toward the end of the bill. Only a couple of paragraphs left. And so, in closing, I ask myself, does this bill do what it purports to do? I agree with a lot of parts of the legislative declaration. We do have a crisis. This crisis is tearing apart our communities. This crisis is paid for by the lives of our most vulnerable. But as I discuss my experiences, my research, conversations that I've had with constituents, I unfortunately don't find policy in this bill that actually addresses the root issue of the problems that the legislative declaration accurately identifies. And so for those reasons, I again have that opportunity cost concern. The time and the resources that will go into implementing the policies in this bill, I don't think actually reduce harm. And for those reasons, I would urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And likewise with you. Please go ahead.
I'd first off like to thank Representatives Epps and Wolford for bringing this important legislation. I think Representative Wolford did a great job of framing this discussion at the beginning. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. The war on drugs has failed in this country. The war on drugs has failed, or I've heard it often said, drugs won the war on drugs. We cannot solve a public health crisis by over-criminalizing a mental illness. We cannot solve a public health crisis by over-criminalizing it. Representative Epps reminds us that the individuals who this bill is aimed at helping, they're already using these substances. They're already accessing them, and they are dying. And I wasn't going to come up and speak, but I heard a lot about how these overdose prevention sites aren't working, or there's not a reduction in overdose deaths. And I've done research on this, and that's just simply not the case. And I would also like to remind members of this body that medical professionals, the people who were involved in treating these people and saving their lives, support this legislation. Doctors, Healthier Colorado, an organization that's focused on improving health outcomes in our state. The Harm Reduction Action Center. These are public health experts whose careers are dedicated to saving lives in this space. They support this legislation. Research has found that overdose prevention sites are associated with benefits for individuals who use and for the neighborhoods where the centers are located. They are associated with reduced overdose death, reduced substance use-related harms, and all-cause mortality among people who use drugs. They've also been found to be associated with increased engagement with treatment. Sorry, apparently I wasn't talking into the mic. I know I'm loud, so you probably could have heard me anyways. But the point is that study after study has demonstrated that overdose prevention sites lead to a saving of lives. Again, we have tried criminalizing drug use. We have tried criminalizing mental illness. We've tried to sweep this problem under the rug by locking people in jail and putting people in cages. It is not working. People are still accessing these substances, and they are still dying. The opening of overdose prevention sites is an important tool for communities that want to do so. I think Representative Epps makes an important point when she says we're not mandating that this happens in any particular community. But if your community wants to do so, these centers are part of a broader solution to address drug use and the deaths that are associated with these mental health issues. These centers alone will not solve the problem, but they are one component of a comprehensive person-centered strategy to reduce overdose deaths in the state. And I urge an aye vote on this critical legislation.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So once again, we find ourselves considering a bill that has life and death implications. This is the work that we have signed up for, the work that we have promised our constituents we would do due diligence to do, that we would thoroughly vet these policies and consider their implications. But that can be challenging when it is 4 o'clock in the morning. People are not in the room or falling asleep in their chairs, while important points are being made. Now, some might characterize, as the press did yesterday, these conversations as filibustering, which is a word that I disdain because it implies time wasting, as opposed to, again, thoroughly vetting and considering a policy that has life and death implications. Something that should be done with everybody awake and engaged, and with those who have an interest able to be here in our galleries or watching online. And since that's not really something that is possible at this kind of hour, Mr. Chair, I move to rise and report progress and ask to leave to sit again at 10 a.m.
The committee will be in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. So members, we've had a motion to rise, report, and beg leave to sit again. That, under the rules, that is a motion decided without debate. So all those in favor of rising, reporting, and begging leave to sit again, please. All right, division has been requested. Members, please return to your seats. Everyone in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. Committee will stand in a brief recess. committee will come back to order. The question is whether the committee shall rise, report, and beg leave to sit again. A division has been requested. Everyone in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of the motion to rise, report, and beg leave to sit again, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the vote count is taken. All right, you can be seated. Everyone opposed to the motion to rise, report, and beg leave to sit again, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. The motion is lost. We're back to the bill, House Bill 1202. Is there further discussion? Madam Assistant Minority Leader Pugliese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not lost on me that we're trying to make a law to break a law. The Controlled Substances Act prohibits any person from knowingly and intentionally maintaining a place for the purpose of illegal drug use. There's a lot of talk about local control, and I had spoken, I want to say it was last week, when we were talking about prohibiting counties from contracting and having the freedom to contract with the federal government. And I think, we need to keep all of that in perspective. This clearly is a Denver issue, and it's looking for a statewide solution. I don't know that it should be applied statewide. I do a lot of work in the head as a county commissioner and continue today to do a lot of work on the opioid crisis in Colorado and work on the opioid settlement funds that are coming to the state of Colorado, millions of dollars for prevention and education, for treatment, for harm reduction, for recovery, and for criminal justice. And this does not follow any of the tenets that we are trying to do as part of that national settlement. And so I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Epps.
Good morning, colleagues. I am a strong believer that we are entitled to our own opinions, but not to our own facts. And the plural of anecdotes, anecdote? Is anecdotes, not data. A few things to run through quickly. We've heard today, don't have a sense of what time it is, that the quote was, only one municipality has an interest in overdose prevention centers. False. You can go to our Secretary of State's website and look and see who's registered their support for this bill and see that other cities, municipalities have interest. But not only is it relevant that other cities have interest, this connects to the next point we're going to talk about legality. This is important we're on the same page about this. CML, Colorado Municipal League, is not in the business of prioritizing supporting bills that would expose all of their member municipalities to legal danger. That's not how they operate. It's not the case that no other municipality has interest in Denver. Only one municipality has authorized an ordinance. Let's be careful with our words. Words, cartels, weapons, the Mexican government, federales, transcontinental. Oh, how I wish I had the power to control some of these things. But I was elected to represent Denver. Our badges say state representative. We don't have control over federal policy, cartels and weapons and Mexican government, but we can support our neighbors. someone asked a question that I'm not sure if it was rhetorical or not, but as a parent, it matters to me enough to answer. The question was, what about my kid? What if my kid, because of the existence of one of these overdose prevention centers, what if my kid decides to go try meth or heroin because an overdose prevention center opens? If your kid has pre-obtained drugs and wants to make the harm reduction choice to not use alone, I'm okay with that. How we answer what about my kid? I have a 26-year-old. I had him when I was 8. But my 26-year-old child, you know, he's a boy, so by 26, he finally has a frontal cortex developed, right? He finally has some sense whatsoever. But from birth to 24, it's a bit hit or miss. But when I'm talking to him about drug policy, of course, as a parent, I'm answering the what about my kid. Of course, as a parent, I wanted to tell my baby, please don't use. Please look at how banned drugs ruined my childhood. Please look at how it ruined my childhood. But instead, my suggestion to him was, please don't use alone. If you're going to try something, please don't you knuckleheads try it at the same time. Please take turns. Please have someone with you. Please don't use it all. But abstinence-only education isn't shown to work. So that's how I would answer, what about my kid? Legality, actually before legality, the Harm Reduction Action Center. Every one of you has an invitation from me, from the rest of the Denver delegation, from the Harm Reduction Action Center at 8th and Lincoln, 6 blocks from here, to come and visit. They would love to give you a tour, to show you who they are. But what you need to understand, because it was misstated, and I know we care about getting it right, you did not visit an overdose prevention center, and you didn't visit, no one here visited the site of an overdose prevention center. If you visited HRAC, what you did is you got to meet the people who Denver expects would be authorized to open an overdose prevention center. This distinction matters. It matters because if you go to 8th and Lincoln, you don't see an open-air drug market. You don't see rampant lawlessness. There's two thoughts I want to touch on. Y'all, in varying moments, we've already heard this one set of ideas around peddling poison, our most vulnerable neighbors, that people who use banned drugs are victims. But in the next moment, those same folks are characterized as folks who are supposed to just willpower their way out of substance use disorder. We're just supposed to power through addiction. Which is it? Are our folks who use drugs victims being preyed upon by the federales and the cartels? Or are they folks who deserve our love and care and protection? This idea of infantilizing our neighbors, taking away their autonomy and agency, suggesting that because we know someone who willed their way out of addiction, that everyone else has to do the same is nonsensical. You can't get well if you're not alive. There was a mention of consequences of actions, the consequences of local control, and a suggestion that this bill does anything other than what I told you when we started, which is truly authorized local control. Let's just briefly walk the thought experiment through, colleagues. If Denver, not the only city that has interest, but the only city that has authorized an overdose prevention center, if Denver is able to open one, what is the impact on our neighboring cities? The impact is your folks who are struggling can come here. The impact is, if you are in a neighboring community, and of course you love your neighbors, but you don't have the resources to take care of folks who are in the active use phase of substance use disorder, the impact on your cities is they can come here. We will take them home. We will take them in. That is the offer. It's not the case that there's some domino effect that one opens. I heard a number earlier of 110 or something like that. That doesn't make any sense. What does make sense is the commitment to saving lives. There's a connection there to money. There's a reason why the bill is short. I appreciated our colleague walking us through line by line, but it's short because there is no fiscal, no appropriation. So the talk about finances, this bill is on Denver, or is on any city that authorizes it. Don't let ourselves be distracted by conversations about tax allocation and people paying in to something that we're not asking our neighbors to pay for financially. We're asking for permission. I mentioned it several times, legality, and I am going to get to it, but there was a comment made about our healthcare professionals and a potential danger to them. Between myself and my co-prime sponsor in the House, we've had occasion to speak to almost every one of you individually about this bill, with apologies sometimes, many, 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 many times. And often when I've seen you, I've given you an updated fact sheet. On the back of the fact sheet, first row of endorsing organizations, the Colorado Nurses Association, the Colorado Psychiatric Society, NAMI, the Colorado Behavioral Healthcare Council. These are the providers, the Nurses Association. The statistic you heard earlier was unfortunately correct about the increase in certain incidences of violence that our nurses have been on the receiving end of. And yet they came together and endorsed this policy because they're asking for the chance to do what they swore oaths to do, which is to save lives. So let's not speak for them when they've spoken for themselves and told us that they support this policy, legality. Y'all, in addition to the Municipal League not going to step out, grammar fades at this time of day. In addition to the fact that they're not going to endorse something that would subject members to liability, I heard mention earlier of the crack house statute. Not going to take you to law school, but facts matter. There is no, I'm going to say this clearly, there is no conflict with the existence of OPCs and federal law. 1202 clears the way for municipalities to create overdose prevention centers if they choose to. There is no federal law that conflicts with legislation authorizing local control of OPCs. So to take it to the natural corollary, because remember, I'm asking you to let Denver make this decision and your own municipalities as well, and there was so much mention of legality. The state of Colorado, our state, will have no responsibility for municipal decisions. This municipal decision, whether or how to create an OPC. This means that municipalities can do this without intervention. You've heard mention of California, where the governor did what the governor did. I invite us all to do our elected jobs and not do any governor's job for them. What California did is California's business. But look and see what Rhode Island has done, where a legislature authorized and a governor signed. Look and see what New York has done, where we have now years of data where the legislature didn't even need to authorize because there is no federal law preempting it. It makes sense to me, it should make sense to all of us that some of the questions that are asked about overdose prevention centers elicit fear. But those are questions to pose to your local municipality, just like Denver did in 18 and 19 and in the years since. But that's not the question before this body. The question before this body is, do we trust our cities to make this decision? And I think we do, and that's why we continue to ask you for an aye vote.
I had Representative Bradfield next. Representative Bradfield, did you wish to speak? I saw your hand up. No? Okay, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the hour is early, and we are debating very difficult subjects. My colleague here, Representative Evans, and I share some commonalities because in a previous life, I also served as an aircrew member in a counter-drug task force in the state of Colorado and flew missions in that counter-drug task force. We flew missions in southwest Colorado with ATF and DEH gunned up just like we flew missions in Afghanistan. But y'all don't know about it. What causes that? Illegal drug demand and illegal drug supply, and the manufacture of illegal drug supply to meet that demand. Now, if anybody in this room doesn't think that this legislation, overdose prevention centers, will not, in its extension, as we provide, now I know it's BYOD. I got that in committee, bring your own drugs. I understand that. I figured that out in committee. But when you enable and allow for an environment that can sustain demand or increase demand of illicit drugs in this city or in the neighboring suburban communities or in the state of Colorado in my rural communities, do not think that does not extrapolate beyond your municipal boundaries. How many in this room have seen the movie Traffic? It's a wonderful movie. Everyone needs to watch that movie. Now, how many of you have lived in Mexico? I have.
Representative Holtorf,
Now, to this
Representative
bill-
Holtorf, I'll just remind you, we're talking about whether OPCs are to be authorized in Colorado. Please keep it to that. Please go ahead.
Understand. Yes, Mr. Chair. But I need you to understand the connective tissue here. When you support this type of policy to help us use and increase perhaps the use in more communities in Colorado under the spirit of health care, because we love those who are addicted and are enslaved by chemical dependency, and you don't think the demand's not going to go up? Ladies and gentlemen, you need to rethink. The stories that my colleague here and I, in our own state, in dealing with these threats, are real. Fortunately for the average citizen, you never have to see and hear about these things. Like my mother once told me, when I told her about some things I was doing downrange, she's like, "Son, I really don't want to hear anymore. I just want to know that it's getting taken care of and that I can live in peace and I can be free and be safe in my country, in my community. That's all I want. And I want law enforcement and I want a military that will afford me that." And people have said, "Yeah, the war on drugs, we've been fighting it for decades. Are we winning? Are we losing? What's happening?" Well, we're not giving up. But you have to be very careful when you say, "You know what? Go ahead and use. We love you. Use. Just keep using. We love you." And don't think for a minute that the OPCs that we have now, when they start, aren't going to be more than one. And if they grow, then there's more. And then they spread all over Colorado. And we condone, enable, and support illegal and illicit drug use. in our communities. Now I'm all about recovery. I'm all about rehabilitation. Overdose prevention, recovery, and rehabilitation centers. And I'm a lot heavier on the R's than I am on the P's. Recovery and rehabilitation is what fixes the problem. Enabling use under the spirit of compassion and love is fiction. In addressing the larger problem. And we were told in committee, if we can remember, we were told in committee by folks that said, this problem is 4 times what you all think it is. 4 times as big as you think it is. You don't even know how bad it is. And these are people from the streets. The drug culture and the drug society and the drug use, illegal drug use and this drug culture is enabled by this type of legislation. And that's a problem. Now, what if we wouldn't have got the jump on these folks down there pretty close to Durango? I can't tell you exactly where it was. What if we wouldn't have got the jump on them? Well, there'd been another different news article. National Guard crew and law enforcement officials die in crash outside of Durango, Colorado. Somebody might have to help me with the name of that national forest where this stuff was getting cooked. They had the audacity to come right to our state. Not for very long. So when my other colleague here, Lieutenant Colonel Hartsook, retired, tells his story, it's also another real story. We talk about the Vancouver case study. Where do you think all that stuff comes from? South, right up the corridor, right up there. Much of it right through Colorado. You talk about the story that Representative Edmonds told, that's in my district. That's in my district. That hits home for this country boy in House District 63. We certainly don't want to enable and condone and support what is a terrible, terrible societal ill and crisis. And it's not going to get better. When we promote this type of use in this country, because most people know the United States of America has the highest demand, I believe, anywhere in the world for illicit, illegal drug use. And you know what my Mexican friends say? You want it? We'll bring it to you.
Representative, let's keep it to Colorado and the bill, please.
Do the bill, Mr. Chair. These are conversations I have in Spanish with mules. It's not funny. It's not funny. Not to me. As we want to do what we do, and then we want to turn around and say, here's how we're going to solve this. We're going to give life. We're going to breathe life in people that have no life because they're slavery, to their addiction, and they're barely hanging on, and they're one bad trip away from death with the fentanyl that's pouring across this border. And ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know it, you can be from Juarez to Denver in 10 hours. 10 hours. You can bring enough fentanyl in one mule trip. Yes, ma'am? All right, I'm going to have to step down because I'm getting emotional. Because I've been in Mexico and I see what it does to the Mexican people. And if you don't believe me, as it destroys their country and destabilizes their government and causes them to be a near failed state.
Representative?
This type of legislation is part of, and the things that support this are part of the unraveling of many countries in North America. How about all three of them? Not counting the Caribbean. And that's a fact. I listened to somebody tell me, your truths may not be my facts may not be your truths. My truths may not be your facts. Your facts may not be my truths. Well, let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. And that legislator works in this Capitol. But let me tell you something. You want to know about the truth? I speak the truth. This particular legislation brings on something larger than all of us and larger than those that are dying in Denver, Colorado of drug overdose. This is bigger than all of that, and it has the potential to continue to tear away the fabric of our society, of our country, of our stability, of the stability of the neighbors. And that's real. And that's my truth. And those are facts. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time. And thank you, colleagues, for your attention.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to be honest, it is not a pleasure to be here right now. I want to just address some of the comments that were just mentioned. When I think about the comments and the references to assuming that a country might be a failed state, that in order to bring harm reduction and the possibility of bringing harm reduction to more communities, and the comparison to what other places look like, it's hard for me to think that sometimes you're not looking at what is right in front of you. When you have higher teen pregnancy rates in rural communities, when you have higher rates of syphilis in rural communities.
Representative, let's confine it to the subject and the bill, please.
When you assume these things, yes, Mr. Chair, when you assume these things lead to less than, worse than, it bodes extreme discrimination. I want to encourage us, as you have for me, Mr. Chair, that we stick to the matter at hand and allowing local communities to decide whether or not they want to have centers to support individuals that want to heal is a local issue. It does not open the floodgates. It has been proven to not open the floodgates. This bill is important because it does protect. It does support healing. It does save lives. And I would like to request from all of my colleagues here that we refrain from any sort of racist tactics moving forward. Thank you.
All right, who is next? Representative Bradfield? All right. I had you in line before, but I think there was a switch in order. Representative, please go ahead.
It's been a day. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be the ray of sunlight, not literally, just figuratively, because I want to tell you about a country that has a drug prevention program that seems to work. Interested? Because this is something that, you know, we could take to heart. And that country is Portugal. It's a small country, about 10 million people. They have 18 different drug sites in their country because they have 18 districts. The 10,000 people, the government supports each one of these with 100 million euros per year. You can do the math as to how much that is per person in that country. So it's not cheap. There are differences between the United States and Portugal. First of all, historically, Portugal really frowns upon drug use, and they have the lowest drug use of anywhere in Europe. There's a strong social and cultural disapproval for the use of any drug. So those are different than we have here. There is a strong social pressure for any addict or user to get into treatment. That may or may not be true of the United States. But let's see what happens to a person who is using drugs and gets picked up by the police, which is where this all begins. The police encounter a person with drugs. This is what they do. They gather personal information. Sometimes they even have to take the person to the police station to do it. They confiscate all the drugs. They release the person with a mandatory requirement that the person appear in front of a dissuasion commission in 72 hours. Now, you heard the word mandatory? In this country, if the police said you must show up, you show up. A dissuasion committee within 72 hours. Now, if you decide, man, I don't want to do that, I'm not going to show up, there are several potential sanctions that will happen. You may get a fine. That would be easiest. You may have to do community service. You may be prohibited from being in certain places or locations. Anybody hear of that ever happening? It does in other countries. If you don't show up, the police have the right to confiscate your driver's license and any firearm permits. But what is a dissuasion commission? The purpose of that is to provide education and treatment, but you're required to attend. Not if you feel like showing up, you're expected to be there. Failure to comply or attend can result in fines, mandatory treatment, oh my, required reporting to the commission, social work, withholding of social benefits, and required regular reporting to the dissuasion committee. people do this. People get off of drugs. They go back to a life. It's not cheap, but it works. And it's not the same as what we are suggesting in this bill. I just wanted to bring that to you because I think maybe sometimes we get a little narrow in the perspective that we take a look and we need to see if other places in the world have a better idea, and they probably do. Thank you.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we've talked tonight, I think there is some consensus that we've found. I think we all agree this is a problem, and that we all agree that we need to take steps in order to help those folks in our community that are suffering. And so, in that vein, trying to make sure that we're doing the most good that we possibly can, trying to reduce harm as best we can, I move Amendment L014 and ask that it be displayed.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Amendment L014 says that an operator of an overdose prevention center authorized to operate within a municipality shall post clearly visible signs at the entrances and exits from the center that contain information on the hazards of drug use and visuals of the effects of drug use on an individual's face and anatomy. So when I grew up, they called this the faces of drug use or the faces of meth. And I think that recognizing that illegal drug use, you take the legality out of it. Take the legality completely out of it and approach it from a health perspective. These substances are not healthy. These substances are toxic. These substances have horrible effects on human beings. And I think that it's important that in the interest of full disclosure, in the interest of informed consent, if an overdose prevention center is going to facilitate the usage of these substances, that it be done with informed consent as to the potential consequences of that sustained usage. And I think this is important because at the end of the day, I think we can all agree the goal is for folks to seek recovery, to get into recovery so that they are no longer suffering from this substance abuse disorder. And I think that an effective way to do that, a way that I've seen, definitely was effective for me because I remembered it. An effective way to do that, to communicate that message, is to highlight the fact that with the legality completely removed, these are still hazardous, toxic substances with terrible health effects. And so, for these reasons, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L014.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion? On this amendment? Yes. Representative Bradley.
Thank you. Permanent effects of drugs on the body. Drug abuse has devastating effects on the mind, behavior, and relationships, but the permanent effects of drugs on the body can slowly destroy vital systems and functions, culminating in permanent disability or even death. Even legal drugs taken to excess can cause significant problems that cannot be easily undone. And for some illegal drugs, excessive consumption might not even be necessary for lifelong damage to occur. Cocaine use in the body is one of the most dangerous drugs in the world. What cocaine does to both the body and mind has been well documented. However, there are many factors that can influence the precise nature of the long-term physical effects that cocaine has on a user. Some of these factors include time span, frequency of consumption, what type of cocaine, how the drug was taken, whether it was snorted, smoked, or injected into a vein, as smoking cocaine can cause the drug reach the brain more quickly than snorting gives users the immediate effect. The average amount of cocaine consumed per dose, individual biology, psychology, and physiology, which can include current mental health status, family history, age, gender, diet, the presence of other drugs. Among the long-term and possibly permanent effects of cocaine are a decrease in bone density and muscle mass, which can lead to osteoporosis. Cocaine suppresses appetite so much that it can be a cause of and a consequence of eating disorders. The drug significantly changes the body's metabolism, rendering fatty foods meaningless and giving addicts much less body fat than people who don't use cocaine. On its own, cocaine can also cause lasting damage to food and liquid intake, resulting in permanent changes to body weight or profound metabolic alteration, in the words of the Appetite Journal, regardless of diet. Cocaine abuse can also induce a persistent cough in users due to widespread change that the substances does to the respiratory system, specifically complications in the upper respiratory and pulmonary systems often result breathing troubles, which lead to an inadequate supply of blood to the heart muscles, a condition known as ischemia. Repeated exposure to cocaine through snorting and smoking can also cause infections and tissue death of the nasal linings and sinuses. Users can experience chronic cough, chest pain, and fatigue due to lung damage, pulmonary edema, as well as pulmonary hemorrhage, bleeding from the lungs, and a number of other conditions such as pulmonary barotrauma, foreign body granulomas, a cocaine-related pulmonary infection, I can't even pronounce that word, bronchiolitis, and asthma, to name some of listed by the recent developments in Alcoholism Journal. Long-term cocaine users are often easily fatigued, have trouble breathing, and regularly experience chest pains. Much research has been conducted into what cocaine abuse does to the heart and cardiovascular systems in the long term. The American Heart Association noted that cocaine users had an abnormal flow of blood into the heart vessels, which can cause serious heart problems or even death. Unfortunately, much of the damage is not immediately. The Journal of Circulation notes other long-term effects of cocaine abuse on the heart and cardiovascular systems in the long term, such as myocardial infarctions, cardiomyopathies, endocarditis, and aortic dissection. Taking cocaine for a period of time may also exacerbate these conditions. But those same symptoms are found among middle-aged people who are physically and psychologically dependent on cocaine. The Journal of Neuropsychopharmacology found that it was possible to undo some of the damage, but recovery of working memory is only possible when the first year of cessation of moderate cocaine habit. That was for people who received both therapy and medication. The implication is that long-term exposure to cocaine without any kind of medical intervention could result in permanent cognitive decline among users. I vote yes for this amendment. We should let people know what these drugs can do to you.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I renew my request for a no vote.
All right, is there further discussion on Amendment L14? Seeing no further discussion, the question is the adoption of L14. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. And the noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Back to the bill, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I move Amendment L006 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, one sec, Representative, while we get the amendment up on the screen. All right, Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L006. A municipality shall not authorize the operation of an overdose prevention center within 2,000 feet of a school, licensed child care facility, playground, health care facility, or senior center. I think this is important because I think this protects vulnerable members of our community. and it ensures that we are providing certain safeguards in place to prevent any negative, unintended consequences, even to these schools, to these licensed childcare facilities, playgrounds, healthcare facilities, and senior centers. And so I think that a lot of these concepts here are pretty self-evident. And so for those reasons, I would urge everyone to vote aye on Amendment L006.
Further discussion, Rep. Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you. I urge you to vote yes on this amendment. I think it's important to keep these facilities away from school children, daycares, childcare facilities, playgrounds, healthcare facilities, or senior centers, because we know some of this stuff's going to spill over. We already see it. You walk through Denver, there's needles here, needles there. Some of these people just aren't going to wait till they get to this facility to do the drugs. And we don't want to see these needles littered around schools, daycares, playgrounds. I think the least that we could do is to try to keep this influence away from our kids. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So I'd ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Let's look out for our youth. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to support this amendment. This study that I'm looking at by the RAND Corporation recently concluded that most of these studies are marred by methodological flaws and ignore the risk of people, like the risk giving addicts somewhere to take the drugs might extend, not shorten their period of addiction. But to the point about schools, licensed child care facilities, etc., if you're a what they determined is if you're a drug dealer looking for customers, the injection site is where you'll find them. So if a drug dealer is going to be looking for customers and they're going to find them at the injection site, it would make sense to make sure that injection site is far away from areas that are inhabited by children, that are used by children. We passed a law, or we passed a bill recently about a child inhabited, however they said it, about facility, that if they were there for more than 3 hours, if a kid was there for more than 3 hours a day, then it had to have certain lead mitigation. And that was all protect the children, protect the children. I'm not opposed to that. But now we're talking about, we're just wanting to make sure that these facilities are moved away so that our children don't become the target, don't become the collateral damage of these. It seems like a pretty straightforward bill or amendment that you'd want to keep drug use away from these facilities, from these localities. So it should be a pretty easy yes vote.
All right. The question is L6, Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Setbacks should definitely be a local control conversation. Thank you.
Representative Lynch, Mr. Minority Leader, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members, for another robust discussion about an issue that we're very passionate about. And I know that most of my members had heard from an exorbitant amount of people about the concerns they have for this. And maybe it's just perceptions that are out there, but the perception is that this is not good for Colorado because we've seen what it does in other places. Though harm reduction is important, and I think it's something that we need to address. Not sure that this is the right method to do it. That being said, I would like to offer Amendment L010.
Yeah. Mr. Minority Leader, we have an amendment up. I wasn't sure if you were intending to move that as a substitute. Mr. Minority Leader, did you want to withdraw that motion for now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to withdraw that motion.
Okay, so we are back to L6. The question is, okay, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In committee, we heard testimony about how these individuals with this chemical dependency and this addiction had to bring their own drugs to these facilities. And I think as we sit in the Public Health, Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee, one of the most important things is public health. Now, if we believe the transit of illegal and illicit drugs is okay as people move in the cities, traveling by or near schools, daycare centers, playgrounds, hospitals, clinics, our senior citizen centers, with these drugs and the paraphernalia that's associated with them, then Colorado is not safe and those communities are not safe. And the public health of Colorado is not protected. Now, we heard in testimony in committee and even heard from the bill sponsors themselves, those who served in city council, about the problem with needles, drug paraphernalia in playgrounds. Other members of this esteemed body have spoken of heroin needles, fentanyl needles, used needles, right in front of senior citizen centers where our grandmothers are cared for. In fact, it was even stated that these folks are scared to go outside of their living facilities. Our elderly are afraid in their communities. Yet this amendment apparently falls on deaf ears. Is there consideration for our little children? Who would want a child? Who would want a child who lives in a city to be poked with a heroin needle? Because the drug scene is so bad. Oh, wait. It's happened in my family. My poor brother and his son in Fort Collins. Thank goodness my nephew was not harmed. But it happens, and it happened in our own families, in our own communities. This problem is that bad everywhere. How about the children? We talk about the children all the time here at the state capitol. Children who just want to play on their playgrounds, but they can't play on their playgrounds because there's heroin and fentanyl needles littered everywhere in the gutter, in the streets, and in the gravel where those kids just want to play. But they can't play for fear of these needles being between here and perhaps this new overdose prevention center. Because, ladies and gentlemen, here's another truth. If you think that addicts are just going to do this in these overdose prevention centers, let me tell you something else. That is pretty naive thinking. It's pretty naive thinking. Straight up. When the governor of the state of California says no, and Colorado is not California. And there's very few times I say we ought to listen to California and we ought to listen to Governor Gavin Newsom. But I will tell you, this is one time that I think that governor has got it right. That governor's got it right, Governor Gavin Newsom. He doesn't even want these in California because he knows the danger, the open door. He already has a problem on his hands. He doesn't need a bigger problem. Well, Colorado, we have a problem on our hands and we don't need bigger problems. Overdose prevention centers. Does anybody know what they call these on the streets? I learned this from one of the members that was there testifying. I met him after committee. I was shocked. I don't think I'm going to say it. But it has to do with shooting up. I'm not going to say it. Now, if you want to call that health care, you want to call that wellness, oh man, then your truths are not my truths, and your facts are not my facts. And that's where we part. You're asking people in my caucus to cross that bridge, enable illegal drug use. You're asking people in my caucus and in rural Colorado to support illegal drug use under the guise of health care, under the guise of wellness. There is nothing well about somebody walking into any place, strapping a hose on their arm, taking that needle, tapping it, and putting that poison and mainlining that poison. I don't understand. Now, we can sit here and talk all morning long. But I don't think the members of my caucus are buying it. Local control, local control, local control. That's suitable when it's an agenda item that promotes something. But then on the other hand, we'll say, oh no, state control, state control. And we sit here and say one size fits all. And we go back and forth. Between most people in this chamber, I don't think we know what's what and what's what. Local control or state control. Boy, during COVID, we had state control, state control, state control. Now, post-COVID, we're going for local control, local control, local control. But only when it suits these type of radical ideas. And I know why we have these here. I know why this bill is here. Desperation. Desperation. Because you're trying to stop the dying every day. Fentanyl's killing our kids. Fentanyl's killing our adults. What are we doing to stop the fentanyl? Is it still a misdemeanor? I don't know. 1 gram, 4 grams. How about no grams? It's poison. It kills people. The bill before this, we're talking about saving lives. This bill, we talk about saving lives. But are we really saving lives? Maybe in this center. But in testimony and in the case studies, the statistics bear out that within a block to 10 blocks of these locations, there's people dying. In fact, I think one testimony said that 8 times, one person 8 times in one visit had to be recovered. Now, I don't know, I'm not in this circle, but does that mean that person stuck themselves 8 times? And people sat there and watched that 8 times and then revived them? Well, you talk about playing Russian roulette. And people want to call that wellness, health care, compassionate care, continuum of care. Whew, that's hard. That's hard to believe. Now, why are we here?
We're,
Quarter
here-
after 5,
We're
talking
here,
about
we're
this.
here for L6, Representative. Let's focus it to that.
That's right. We're here for this amendment. And this amendment protects what is the most sacred in our communities. At least we'd like to believe so. We're not going to take any amendments tonight. Oh, no. It's our way or the highway.
That's getting a bit close to motive, Representative. Please keep it to L6.
But my caucus, my Republican colleagues, want to make sure that the children are protected. Want to make sure that that is the most precious thing to us is our children and the future of Colorado. Have some level of safety in this terrible conundrum all across many areas of our country, including right here in Denver and its environs, that's surrounding areas. How about playgrounds where children play? They can't be safe there? We can't ask for that? What about our hospitals? I've got a daughter that's a nurse that works in an emergency room. She is so tired of trying to help these people that are drug addicted and they land up in an emergency room. And they have to restrain these people. Sometimes 6 people have to restrain one person because of these drug problems. The danger and harm to our nurses, our technicians, and our medical staff is real. But we can't have this amendment to make sure they're protected? Or at least there's some level of consideration for that? How about our senior centers? How about our senior centers? We can't make sure the elderly do not have to be disturbed and bothered by this social experiment that may or may not work, because not in every city has it been successful. And oh, by the way, we haven't even started talking about the cost. $130,000 a month. And that's not even in today's dollars to run one center for a municipality. And that does not consider the economic loss cost to that community if it falls victim to the social problems that are afflicted on that community. Crime, the theft, the loss of property, the devaluation in a community of property values, the loss of property tax revenue as devaluation is assessed, if it occurs. And in some areas, this has really happened, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe that's one of the reasons Governor Gavin Newsom said no. But Colorado's going to reach farther than California. We've got to outdo California, apparently. Particularly in this regard with these overdose prevention centers. And this isn't just about Denver. Let's be honest. This isn't just about Denver. I don't know if the bill sponsors remember, but there was one person in that hearing that testified that said, do not do this. Do not do this in Denver. I left Baltimore because I tried to get away from this. And I'm away from it now. And the only reason I'm alive is because I escaped my chemical slavery, my addiction. Enslaved by the bonds of addiction that suppress and hold people down with an iron grip and pull them down. That's real. How do we lift them up and get them out of this? Unfettered use indefinitely until they somehow realize. They even said that they can say go to recovery or rehabilitation, but they don't have to go. They can come in and use and walk right out the door. And they can come right back in and do it again, and just a revolving door. I feel that is dangerous. Extremely dangerous. And I have other colleagues that want to talk about the danger of this. So with that, I'm going to offer this to another committee member who sat there and listened to impactful, important testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Representative Bradley to L6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a great amendment. I know that the bill sponsor spoke about protecting baristas at Starbucks and librarians and libraries from these people injecting or overdosing and dying in libraries, but we're not going to speak out for children. We can't even come to an amendment to have these places 2,000 feet away from where our kids are playing, where I go into a healthcare facility to take care of my patients, where my patients have to walk in, where my nursing friends, my PA friends, where doctors have to walk in, where senior centers are, where our elderly go, but we're going to protect baristas at Starbucks and librarians. I want that on the record for sure. Thank you.
All right, I just saw two hands at the same time. Who's next? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Enslave, the practice of enslaving prisoners of war eventually died out, caused someone to lose their freedom of choice or action. If somebody is in bondage to these chemical substances, they've lost their ability to make choices. It seems like that's what we're talking about here. So the word enslaved is actually appropriate.
Representative, we've heard a couple of formulations. Another phrase that a different representative has used is chemical dependency or dependency. I might steer you toward that formulation instead. Please go ahead.
But I will use enslaved. When challenged, activists point to Canada. I lived in Canada for 3 years, which they have long cited as a model for enlightened drug policies. In their policy proposals and campaign literature, drug legalization advocates argue that safe injection sites in Canada, particularly Inside facility in Vancouver, British Columbia, have prevented overdose deaths and saved lives. Good so far. They should ask a few Canadians. In cities throughout the Great White North, a group of insurgent leaders has begun to turn against safe injection sites, and they are winning with voters. Since 2016, anti-safe injection site candidates have won premierships in Ontario, Alberta, and Manitoba. So let's see why. Their argument is simple. Safe injection sites have not delivered on their promises and have caused significant increase in trash, crime, disorder. Public health experts have built safe injection sites facilities with little public input. So why would we want to interfere with local control here? Well, because public health experts have built safe injection facilities with little public input. So what this law would do, if it becomes a law, and that's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about making this a law. Despite the federal law, we're talking about making this a law. And by the way, this staying up all night has got to be the stupidest way to make laws I can even imagine. Creating problems for long-time residents. As Ontario Premier Doug Ford told reporters, if I put a safe injection site beside your house, you'd be going ballistic. Rejecting this amendment authorizes a 0-foot separation. We reject this amendment, and this body, the majority in this body, is saying that, yep, 0 feet, that's cool. Activists, the funny thing is, these activists, these public health experts who have built safe injection facilities with little public input, never seem to live within shouting distance of these sites, often respond that privileged neighbors must shoulder the burden in pursuit of saving lives. But an emerging body of evidence suggests that safe injection sites may cause more harm than good. So may cause more harm than good. So may not even be doing what the intent of the bill is, while increasing trash, crime, and disorder. And now we're saying 0 feet to schools, licensed child care facilities, playground, health care facilities, or senior centers. 0 feet. 0 feet is what the majority is cool with. So can't even begin to deal with that. Let's see, let's talk about Harlem. I lived in Harlem too. Frustrated Harlem residents say their neighborhood has deteriorated while others fiercely defend the system and say it saves lives. But they say the neighborhood is, so whether it saves lives or not, the neighborhood has deteriorated. What does that mean? Property values go down, taxes go down, crime goes up. We've talked about these things. Since last December, the nonprofit group On Point, New York City, has operated a storefront and invited by the City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene under Mayor Bill de Blasio. David has lived in Harlem for 10 years, just a few blocks away from On Point's location. It has another outpost uptown in Washington Heights. You have all this? Okay. He's seen changes and not for the better. Brazenly open dealing, public defecating, users with needles, and users, are you ready? Okay. Users with needles, openly injecting drugs, and even a man receiving oral sex between parked cars. Right 0 feet from licensed child care facilities, playgrounds, health care facilities, or senior centers. 0 feet. That's what rejecting the amendment means.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fine good morning to you.
Good morning indeed. Please go ahead.
I would like to stand in support of this amendment. This is incredibly important that we, if those municipalities who choose to go down this road do so, that we take care of those who are most vulnerable in our society. Our children, our elderly, they deserve protection, and it is up to us to provide that. I'd like to follow up with my esteemed colleagues' conversation around the On Point program in Harlan. This article was deeply disturbing to me. Neighbors say that On Point's program has increased the crime rate in the area and increased the police presence as well. Narcotics arrests for East Harlem's 25th precinct are up 229% for the week as of December 4th, 2022. This is very recent. This isn't like 10 years old or 5 years old. This is super recent. This is happening now. Narcotics arrests for East Harlem's 25th precinct, which is where this site is located, are up 229%. That's 23 arrests compared to 7 in 2021, and are up over 100% just over the last 28 days. So that would have been just at the end of 2022. This goes on to say, the clinics and injection sites have had the unintentional side effect of bringing dealers around. Gosh, that's a shocker. Who would have thought that the dealers would come around a safe injection site? But they're in New York City, that was happening. So the clinics and injection sites have had the unintentional side effect of bringing dealers around, which is why Lexington has plunged so badly. That's the street where this site is. This person who was quoted, Jason Clinksales, has lived in Harlem since 1997, a long time. He says, Lexington won't change until the 2nd Avenue subway makes its way up here, but we may all be in the dirt by the time that happens. That's rather dismal. Patrol cars now regularly sit outside of the injection center, and an NYPD spokesperson emailed that the commanding officer of the 25th precinct is aware of community complaints involving drug and narcotics use in the confines of the precinct and is working to address them. The increase in enforcement, any idea what that's costing anybody? This is free though, no fiscal note, it's all free. The increase in enforcement came in response to concerns from people like lifetime Harlemite Sherry Culpepper, an operating engineer who works with and surveys heavy machinery and equipment. Ms. Culpepper goes on to say, I was working on 125th Street, or 126th to be exact, for about a year, 7 days a week, and I just saw the activity and it was horrifying. It was depressing. It was sad to see the people out there, and I didn't know what was happening because I've been working a lot for maybe the last 7 years, and it didn't really bring me into that area. I grew up on 124th Street and 7th Avenue. So I was like, what's going on around here? What happened? It looked like something out of a zombie movie, and I don't mean to be flippant. The idea that this doesn't have a cost doesn't make sense. that defies rationale. Because it does. There's a significant cost. There's people costs. I appreciate your attention. I ask for an aye vote to this amendment. Thank you very much.
Is there further discussion on L6, Representative Wilford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned earlier, I believe that this is a decision that should be decided by local governments as they're considering where they want to establish an overdose prevention center, if they want to establish an overdose prevention center, and as such, I renew my request for a no vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did address that directly, that the public policy experts, the public health experts that don't have anything to do with the area decide to put these there. That's the local control. They don't ask the locals, they just put it there. The one in Harlem that I mentioned, methadone, let me go back here. Germain said this is the last thing the neighborhood needs. Armstead referenced the late Lou's lyrics, Waiting for the Man. He talked about coming up to Harlem, to Lexington, to cop heroin, right? Said Armstead, and that's all, and that area is still the same. It's because it's overly saturated with these methadone clinics that don't work. So I think that the safe injection site was like the icing on the top, icing or the tipping point for this particular area, because now folks can legally go and shoot up. Xavier, chairman of the Manhattan Community Board 11, which last March called for a 12-month ban on any new treatment facilities, told the city that local government officials use their area as a testing ground for safe injection sites, but make the neighborhood unsafe for them in the process. So what part of local control did that neighborhood have when it was put there? Of course, Santiago says, I'm all for saving lives, but this is not the way. He did not foresee that his neighborhood would be saturated with methadone clinics. East 125th and Lexington, it's not too far from where I lived, already has one of the biggest concentrations of methadone and injection sites in the city, with 11 of Manhattan's 38 opioid treatment centers located there. One reason why the supervised injection site was located there is that East Harlem consistently has been the neighborhood with the highest level of lethal doses. More New Yorkers die of overdoses, with 88% of those related to opioids, and most of those involving fentanyl, than homicide, suicide, motor vehicle crashes combined, according to the city's unintentional poisoning. So I think maybe with drugs we should just have a 3-day waiting period. That would be good. On Point said 2 supervised injection facilities were visited 48,284 times by 2,147 people. That's probably 2,147 people that neighborhood did not want in their neighborhood. That was their local control. All this amendment is asking is to say that here's an idea that with local control, but you should have some guardrails around it. We do that with oil facilities. We say that they have to be so many 100 feet away from anything. We do it with all kinds of other facilities. We're just saying, hey, if you're going to do one of these, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, whether it saves lives, maybe you should not put it within 2,000 feet of a school, licensed child care facility, playground, health care facility, or senior center. I mean, would you want it within 2,000 feet of those? 2,000 feet is not very far. 2,000 feet Not even half a mile, third of a nautical mile. It's a very short distance. And we're saying we're okay with that. We're okay with them inside of that. Not we, you. I'm not okay with it. I think the logical thing to do is to say we need to move those facilities to an area where they're not going to be a burden on society. We're trying to save lives. We're not trying to mainstream. One of the articles said that they had to lower the speed limit in the area of the clinic because they had to lower the speed limit in that area to 20 miles an hour because the junkies were stepping off the curbs into traffic. Oh, I'm sorry. The chemically compromised individuals, I just made that up, were stepping out into traffic. So they had to lower the speed limit. These are not facilities that we should be placing next to schools. All this amendment is doing is saying, don't put these within 2,000 feet of schools. 2,000, what did I say? 20,000, 2,000. 20,000 would probably be more reasonable. 2,000 feet of schools. This majority will be saying it is okay for a locality to go down to 0 feet. I don't think that's okay. Local control, by these studies, breaks down. The city council that lives far away from wherever these are going to be placed will put it in somebody's neighborhood because they won the 88% of overdoses due to opioids. So therefore, they get the clinic inside their neighborhood to attract 2,147 people, 48,284 times. Every day in front of the children. I think it's a pretty easy amendment. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I spoke to this amendment earlier, but after doing a little bit of research, Cumberland Law Review did an extensive study, and this is probably about a 90-page study, and just want to read about a paragraph and a half, and then I'll be done. Rather than combating the overdose crisis in America by diminishing the supply of drugs and making it more difficult to obtain and use drugs, the operation of safe injection facilities even create a greater supply of drugs within close proximity to these facilities. Speaking to this amendment, talking about schools, playgrounds, daycares. While the future cannot be predicted, it is likely that drug dealers will surround the areas closest to these facilities in hopes of selling particularly to new clients entering the facilities and in the end making a larger profit. Drug dealers will also likely surround the facility with the goal of making an easy sell to drug users about to enter the facility who are in desperate need of a high. Thus, the supply will more likely continue to be available to support the demand of drug users if safe injection sites can legally operate within the United States. Because drug dealers might begin to surround these areas in hopes of making sales, this could cause feuds between drug dealers. This added violence could be detrimental to surrounding communities. Remember, folks, we're asking for 2,000 feet around a school. 2,000 feet. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
All right, is there further discussion on L6? Representative Martinez, did you want to go? All right, the question is L6. Is there further discussion? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start by saying I do appreciate the fact that either side of the aisle can come up to this podium and request coerced speech or something like that. I think we have that freedom. I'm not going to pay attention to it, but I think we have that freedom. But what we don't have the freedom to do is call the entire Republican caucus racist, and I'm not okay with that, Mr. Chair. That would be your job to call that down. So, to the amendment, we're talking about kids. We've established with a lot of precedents and a lot of examples from Canada, from a few places in Canada, that these centers will be surrounded by drug paraphernalia, completely surrounded. They will be, it brings down the condition of the neighborhoods. We see that drug dealers are much stronger attracted to this location. So all of these things that are happening here, we're pushing these into, I mean, to me, I feel like, I don't think this is exactly the language of the bill, but I feel like we're saying, you know, we could do this in the playground of the school because we don't have any limitation here. There's no limitation to distance or anything. So as one of the representatives said, 0 feet is a real thing. So what is the thinking behind this? I'm trying to process this, that we're okay with all of this drug stuff happening right next to a daycare where our little kids are hanging out. We're okay with that. I'm strongly confused by this. We seem to be pretty duplicitous when it comes to how we're looking at different groups within our communities, whether it be children or men, women, however we're processing all of this information. We're not protecting anybody. The drug centers won't protect anybody, and now we're putting them potentially right up against, there's no restrictions, right up against daycares. Now, I do believe in local control, but local control doesn't mean we can break the law. So somewhere we also say, okay, well, local control should be addressed a little bit because we're not making good decisions here. So now we should say, okay, we believe in local control, except unless we want to put it right up against children's, that's okay, or breaking the law. So both of these local control things are outside the bounds. They're completely outside the scope, and they make no sense whatsoever on this. I don't know how close we are into getting this amendment here, but what amendment is it? I strongly request a yes vote for L006. We need this amendment. This is a crazy bill that's going to destroy a lot of lives, at least not destroy the children. At least not destroy the children. Somehow we can do that. And so I strongly speak in favor of L006.
Any further discussion on Amendment L6? Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I stepped in this chamber, I was hoping that we could have civil and reasonable conversations around difficult subjects that pertain to the state of Colorado. And using terms that are not accurate and that are derogatory and is offensive is not something that I take kindly. This is the first time I've ever come up to the well to speak on anything other than fun things that pertain to my district. This is not right. People see this, and when other people see us doing the things that we're doing and the things that we say, they think that it's okay. I don't appreciate that, and I know many of my constituents won't appreciate that. We can disagree on policy, we can argue about policy, but doing it in a respectful manner, I think, is appropriate and best for our constituents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion on Amendment L6? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L6. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just looking at what's going on in British Columbia, I came across an interesting short piece that talks about how the studies, well, I'll just read it. The leaders of the harm reduction movement, psychologists Dr. Thomas Kerr and Dr. Julio Montaner and Dr. Evan Wood, thank you, a health specialist, have written yet another advocacy study and promotion of the Vancouver drug injection site. None of these individuals is a drug treatment specialist. They are, however, the authors of over 24 advocacy research papers on the site, with every one showing positive results. In the most recent study, they claim that death from drug overdose dropped 35% from the time the drug injection site opened in 2003 until 2005. Their studies have long been criticized for the methodological and analytical problems. Consequently, it is not surprising that the government of British Columbia selected vital statistics and health status indicators annual reports state that the number of deaths from drug overdose in Vancouver's downtown east side has actually increased each year, with one exception, since the site opened in 2003, in relation to drug overdose results in the rest of the province. There were 28 deaths in 2003, 32 in 2004, 37 in 2005, 38 in 2006, 46 in 2007, 24 in 2008, and 40 in 2009. In fact, according to the Canadian Community Epidemiology Network in Drug Use, downtown Eastside residents in 2006 experienced a 33% higher death rate than the rest of the province. I don't know about you, but I really dislike all of these data points and studies because they all conflict with each other. What is true? What is true? Perhaps the bill sponsors could give a little bit more information as to the studies they have found to substantiate why they believe that this will actually result in harm reduction as opposed to an increase in harm, as at least is being identified here by the vital statistics that BC is keeping. So I hope that they can provide some clarity. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to address something that neither majority or minority has processed. I've been working with drug addicts for over 30 years, and there's a lot of things that I hear being said here that really are not, they're not reality when it comes to actually working with these people. These people are truly trapped in the drugs. There's no doubt about that. But here's the point that I think seems to be missing, and this is the reason that we have this bill. I'm not addressing the motive. I believe that the motive is good here. Okay, that's not what I'm addressing. What I'm addressing is actually a starting point. There's two different starting points for me with this subject, and I've dealt with this with all kinds of state-sponsored rehab centers, any kind of government type of entity that works with any kind of drug issues, and this is the exact same thing. The starting point is flawed, and this is why we're doing this. The state or liberal thinking here is, this is who you are. As somebody being controlled by some type of substance, this is who you are. And so what we're going to do is we're going to make a place for you to continue to be who you are, and it will get worse. The idea that somehow we're just going to continue taking drugs and it doesn't get worse, there's all kinds of dependencies, emotional, chemical, mental, all these dependencies that are all woven together. And these dependencies get a stronger hold and a stronger control the more that you have access to the drugs. And so if the starting point is, this is who you are and this is always the way you're going to be. In fact, this is the way most people say it, is dealing with alcohol. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. Once a drug addict, always a drug addict. Well, I don't believe in that premise. I don't think that's the right starting point. What I have seen is anything that the state touches when it comes to drugs, any kind of chemical dependencies or anything like that, anytime the state touches it, it gets worse. And the reason is because they are assuming, and the state being a lot of different layers of entities that are included, that they are assuming that this is just the way it is. And so even when you establish a state-sponsored or a state-funded or a state-controlled some type of rehab center, the success rate is usually in the high teens. And I've worked with hundreds of addicts over the years going into rehab centers. When you allow them to go into anything that the state is developing, the success rate is in the teens. When you switch that and you allow them to go into or funnel them into, and I've done this with so many people over the years, when you put them into a faith-based rehab, and I can name two right now that fall into this category, their statistical success is in the 80 percentile. 80. I have encouraged many and helped pay for many people to go into these rehab centers. And the reason that there's such a difference is because the state-controlled mentalities are, this is who you are, and we're going to continue to help you stay there. This is what these centers are going to do. This is the mindset. This is the start of this, is if this is who they are, well then let's have a place where they can be who they are, although it will eventually kill them. The idea that this saves lives, I don't even know why anybody would believe that. This is going to get them more addicted, and they will overdose. The idea that somehow they only take drugs in that place, that's crazy. They will overdose eventually, they will die. But if this is who they are, then these centers kind of make sense. If this is who they are, then the state rehabs make sense, except that the success rate is almost always below 20%. When you switch into the mentality that this is not who they are just being controlled by something. This is not them. They're being emotionally and mentally and physically controlled, and I also believe spiritually controlled by this. When you put them into a faith base, they start with the point that this is not who they are. They do have redeemable value. They are human beings that can break free from this stuff. It is not impossible to break free from any kind of addictions, unless the people surrounding you are saying, we're going to help you stay where you are. And I've been fighting this for over 30 years with state organizations and all kinds of rehab groups that just trying to convince them that this person can actually be free of this. I've got a guy right now that is going to be talking to my church in 2 weeks that is completely free of drugs because he went to a legitimate rehab center. He didn't go to a place where he could continue taking the drugs and just not OD. He went to a legitimate faith-based rehab center. He is completely free of drugs, and he's going to be a missionary to the Lakota Indian. He's a Navajo, and he's going to be a missionary to the Lakota Indians. He's part of my church. That's a different starting point. When I interact with drug addicts, I don't send them to a place that makes it worse. I send them to a place that has proven success of making them better. I don't send them into the den where they're going to be worsened. We're going to keep you addicted. We're going to help your addiction grow. This literally does not make sense. Let's switch gears, and instead of seeing these people as continuously being trapped by their drugs in these drug centers, drug enablement centers, let's say, hey, maybe we come up with a different plan. If these things are going to cost $130,000 a month, you know how many people you can put into legitimate rehab centers for that? Thousands of people you can put into legitimate rehab centers for that same amount of money. So I think if there's a possibility that we could just say maybe these people are actually redeemable, they're not just going to be this way forever, let's try to keep them alive. I think that is defeatism at its height, and this center is defeatism at its height. Let's actually look at these people and realize that they are people, and we can do a whole lot better instantly, tomorrow. If we want to make a bill, we could do this tomorrow, and this would be better. Thousands of people per month would be getting off drugs. So I can't go with this bill at all.
Any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues, as the sun comes up, I am filled with hope. I am filled with hope because God has given us another day to talk about how we can save lives and save souls. As my pastor friend has just stated, from El Paso County, the representative from El Paso County. Now, I too, before committee, did some research. And the research I found was interesting. If the research was done by an entity of Canada, those in the space, that was positive outcomes. If the research was done by an outside entity, there was a little different outcome. It wasn't all rosy. The grass wasn't all green. The sun didn't shine and the roses weren't all abloom in these places that we're talking about letting municipalities open in Colorado by adopting House Bill 23-1202. This particular report that I wanted to spend some time with, it is an opinion from a guest editor. It's dated 2017, so it's about 5 years old. But it does make some very, very important points. But before I get into that, here's the problem with this concept. As a nonprofit runs this entity, these centers, and they get money from the municipality, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month to pay their staff, to provide all the medical equipment and the drugs that counter the effects of overdose, which comes at a cost to the taxpayers, many of whom are nowhere near this center. There's a problem, one that has been overlooked throughout this discussion. What happens with all these profit centers, these nonprofits that become involved in an activity that now becomes a profit center for them, that they have to continue? If these things were so needed, wouldn't it be nice to open them, help everybody get cured, and then close them as we fix the larger problem through a multi-pronged approach? But it will not. And actually what could happen, because this becomes a profit center now, with an incredible amount of cash flow coming into it, as was reported in New York for the on-site, apparently the gold standard of these things, even though many places they haven't worked out, this one's the gold standard that kept getting mentioned in committee at the cost of $100,000+ a month. It becomes a profit center. Now, not profit in the sense of profit, because a nonprofit doesn't make profit. Profit in the sense of there's cash flow and revenue coming into these entities, and they need to keep it coming. Now, there'll be value in their service for those that come in, because they won't die in the center. But beyond the boundaries of that center, anything goes. Anything goes. And it was pointed out statistically, there is death outside. There is overdose outside these centers, this little, small, little safe zone. But let me get into this report. And the title is this, ladies and gentlemen: Safe injection sites are not the answer to our heroin problem. Or fentanyl problem now. Because guess what? Fentanyl has crowded out heroin because it's so much cheaper. Yes, the laws of supply and demand and free market economics work in the drug trade. If you can get a cheaper product to do the same thing, you're going to get that product on the streets. And it comes in abundance right through the southern border into Colorado every day in less than 12 hours on the fast track. Of course, it could go to Phoenix first and then bounce. There's several ways that it can get here. Pure poison getting here. But once again, safe injection sites are not the answer to our, and I'm going to change it to fentanyl problem. This particular gentleman, David Carson, says, I've seen the future of opioids. It is Vancouver, British Columbia. And it's not pretty. King County Executive Dow Constantine and Seattle Mayor Ed Murray have proposed to open 2 so-called safe injection sites. But here in Colorado, we've got a new words. It's the same thing. Overdose Prevention Center, safe injection site, synonymous, I believe. To save people from certain slow or sudden death from abusing heroin, methamphetamines, or other illicit drugs. And I'll put in fentanyl, because fentanyl now is the drug of choice on the street. Cheap to make, low cost, components are readily available, and it has apparently the same effects, or maybe better effects, except that it's poisonous and it kills people at a much higher rate than any other drug. The idea is to create a place where addicts, this is the author's words, not mine, can come and administer drugs with health professionals standing by with naloxone or Narcan if an overdose or bad reaction occurs. This supposes that addicts will go out of their way to use the facilities when they want to get high, which is highly suspect. It also relies on IV drug users making the conscious decision to use the facility if they live on the streets nearby, which many do. Right away, ladies and gentlemen, if you want your community to look like what we have outside this Capitol, then you need one of these. Because here come the homeless camps. This might seem logical and rational to Seattle's far-left politicians.
Let's stick to the amendment, or, I'm sorry, let's stick to the bill.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership, and you're very astute, sir. Thank you. But I can tell you that this is not the reality. Here's fact number one. Fact number one, addicts are less concerned about their safety and their own mortality than where and when their next high will happen. And that could be in any back alley, that could be in any train station, that could be on the bus, the RTD, in the library bathroom, the community center, Union Station. Fact number two, all a drug addict or a chemically, what was the term, chemically something person, chemically affected person, I believe is what was stated earlier, all they care about is their next high. It doesn't matter. Now, this particular editorial says, and on June 17th, I, which is David Carson, drove to British Columbia to witness the impact of North America's only facility of its kind. Now, there's more facilities now. Some of them have better outcomes, others have similar outcomes. It was worse than I had imagined. I told folks of my experience and put it in terms that no longer term resident of the Puget Sound can easily understand. And of course, for those of us that have been stationed at Fort Lewis, Washington, or have been TDY to Fort Lewis, Washington, we know about the Puget Sound is the waterway around Seattle, Tacoma, and that area. Think about the time you went to a Hawks game or a Seattle Mariners game, or had to visit the King County Courthouse, or were in Pioneer Square neighborhood. There were homeless folks, addicts, and mentally ill all around. Sounds like Denver. Now multiply the population and severity by 10 to 15 times. And that's what you'll experience on Hastings Street East in downtown Vancouver. Is that what we want, Colorado? Is that the kind of legislation we're pushing here for the great state of Colorado and any municipality that wants this? Well, I will tell you, the constituents of my district say no. We don't want anything to do with this. If we think this is the solution, we better open up our eyes and look to some of these other localities. Now, for David Carson, it was a gut-wrenching and heartbreaking at the same time. It looked like a war zone. Some of us have been to war zones. There's death and destruction there too, and litter, carnage, and it's terrible. War is the worst thing ever. It's the worst of humanity. The next thing that's the worst of humanity is a society that condones, promotes, enables any kind of illicit drug use that will ruin the human spirit and soul and send them to the depths of only a place that Satan wants to reside. Let's be clear. There is nothing about health care. And yes, we love each other and we love our fellow human. But loving isn't watching them pour poison in their vein every day and not getting them out of their chemical dependency or their chemical slavery as quickly as possible. There were drug-addled, glass-eyed people strewn about like zombies. One man was laying shoeless and lifeless on his side on the cold sidewalk. I couldn't honestly tell if he was alive or not. And this is a short article for the leadership here, so it won't be long here. But I really want to make this point. I couldn't bear to take a picture. I realized how impactful it would have been if I could show others what this place had become. There were electronics like radios, cameras, car chargers, quite likely from smash and dash break-ins of cars and other sites for sale. And there was active drug dealing going on in plain sight. Once the decision to allow open use of drugs had been made, the open selling of drugs will follow. Remember, free market economics and supply and demand works in the drug trade like no other. You want it, people will get it to you and profit from it. Almost done. Almost done. Early in our visit, while walking down a littered and graffiti-covered alley not 100 feet from the safe injection facility, I witnessed 2 users actively shooting up, and one was still mid-dose when a Vancouver Police Department cruiser rolled through. This was a 20-something young person who just turned away from the officers and continued to shoot up. But we just voted down an amendment that would keep this from my side of our children. But even when law enforcement is there, the apathy reigns supreme. The carelessness, because it's all about the high, and who cares? The police can't do anything. We even have that problem in Denver now that we've done the things we've done to law enforcement over the last few years.
Holtorf, to the bill.
Yes, sir. To the bill. To the bill. He didn't seem overly concerned with being arrested, and the officer later admitted that he was in no danger because the police had been neutered by politicians in enforcing British Columbia's drug laws. Boy, does that sound familiar. They explained,
Representative Holtorf, second warning. Stick to the bill.
They explained that they're just there to keep the peace and make sure there's some semblance of order. This is their words, not mine. Such as it is in maintaining, it was the most depraved scene I've witnessed in person. It's difficult to see how enabling addicts to continue a terrible, destructive lifestyle is compassionate. His words, not mine. Every recovered addict will tell you that they had to hit rock bottom before they wanted to change. And we heard that in testimony. And I know that to be a fact because I've seen it in my own family circle. That desire must drive their recovery. By normalizing illegal and destructive behavior like this, we're not helping. Rather, we're dooming them to a life without the prospect of help and rehabilitation as they looked for their next fix. Now I'm going to stop here because my leader is asking me to stop, and I respect his leadership as I respect your leadership, Mr. Chair.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a difficult subject. We've had a lot of discussion on language. What we're ultimately talking about, no matter what is going on with the individual, is that they are created in the image of God, and our right and our duty as a government is to secure their rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So it doesn't matter if they're in the gutter, they are created in the image of God. So what we're discussing here is how do we best take care of those individuals, our fellow image bearers of God. That's what we're discussing, and we have some differences, and that's fine. This is supposed to be a deliberative body. It's supposed to come out of committee, and we're supposed to discuss it, not rubber stamp it. There are legitimate concerns. One obvious problem with the injection sites that we've discussed is that they're illegal. Before I get into that, we are talking about taking care of image bearers of God. And for that, I would like to commend the sponsors of the bill for their compassion. Even if I disagree with this, I would like to applaud their compassion and their search for a solution. But one obvious problem with the injection sites is that they're illegal. We've talked about that it's really not enforced. But it is a federal felony to maintain any location for the purpose of facilitating illicit drug use. Violations are punishable up to 20 years in prison. We've also talked about that these centers, albeit nonprofit, are cash flow, and they are customer dependent. And that creates an obvious problem with government involvement. But hefty fines and forfeiture of the property used in the criminal activity. So even though it's not enforced now, it could be enforced. And the law also authorizes the federal government to obtain civil injunctions against violators. So we also have to ask, what are we doing? We're asking people to show up at a clinic out of the goodness of their heart with the stamp of approval of the state of Colorado on something. Now, we can discuss all day long whether the federal government should have the authority to reach into our state and do this, but we have the sovereignty clause. So that's what we have. Because federal law clearly prohibits injection sites, cities and counties should expect the Department of Justice to meet the opening of any injection site with swift and aggressive action. Now, they don't, but that doesn't mean they can't. And since it is known to be illegal, we have to also ask, what are we putting the people that would work there in front of? Proponents of the injection site say they make drug use safer, but they actually create a series of public safety risks. Many people addicted to opioids use illicit fentanyl or one of the analogs, which can be up to 5,000 times more powerful than heroin. That we don't classify street fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction when 1 gram can kill 500 people is beyond me. Users have no idea what they are actually buying from the criminal dealers, which we know will surround the site. Moreover, a bystander or emergency medical worker who comes into contact with such drugs can become gravely harmed. And that happened to some Air Force Academy cadets a while ago, not too long ago. Some of their buddies got a hold of some drugs, and when they were given them mouth-to-mouth to resuscitate them, they got fentanyl poisoning as well. Additionally, injection sites destroy the surrounding community. When the drug users flock to a site, drug dealers follow, bringing with them violence and despair, posing a danger to neighbors and law-abiding visitors. For instance, the area near a injection site in Vancouver, British Columbia, was described by a member of the Redmond, Washington City Council as a war zone, with drug-addled, glassy-eyed people strewn about. Active drug dealing was going on in plain sight. Injection sites do not help drug users overcome addiction. Most visitors simply walk in, get high, stumble out. The rest continue down a spiral of addiction. That is not fulfilling our role as securing the rights of these individuals to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In that vein, I would like to propose Amendment L010.
Representative DeGraff, in addition to proposing, would you please move it just so we can dot our I's and cross our T's here?
Yes, sir. I would like to do this correctly. I would like to move L010 to HB 1202 and ask that it be displayed.
It is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize.
You can
All
use
right.
whatever you'd like.
This is just, colleagues, this is just to change the safety clause to a petition clause. I recognize that it will probably have absolutely no difference, as an esteemed colleague has informed me that it has only been used one time in history, but it is an appropriate, more appropriate use and precludes the abuse of the safety clause. So I will ask for an aye vote on L010.
Representative Wolford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At 6:27 a.m., I would ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L10. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimously, I might add, and the amendment is adopted. Representative Wolford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L025 to House Bill 1202 and ask for it to be displayed.
The amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this amendment will do is simply require that a public hearing is held prior to the full authorization of an overdose prevention center, and I would ask for your aye vote.
Representative Epps.
Good morning again, colleagues. Some folks we care about and some folks we don't know didn't make it through the night, but we did. And so what a privilege to have a long, tough night, to be on the other side of it, though, and be able to do good work for Coloradans. I'm going to ask for an aye vote, too. And in doing so, I'm going to share with you something you may or may not know. You may not know whether or not people are really watching the Colorado Channel in the wee hours of the morning. But sitting on this bench 6 times in the past couple hours, someone that I know personally but didn't know this part of their story texted to share a story of a loved one either lost to overdose or saved to overdose. And so that's what we were receiving as we were working through this. We asked for an aye vote, and we recognize that it is a privilege to do hard work, and at the end of it, to be able to pass good policy on behalf of Coloradans.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L25. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Representative Wolford.
Thank you, Sir Chair. I don't believe that I have anything else to share, as we've had a very robust discussion this evening, and I would renew my request for an aye vote on House Bill 1202. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1202 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, I don't know the number of the next bill. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 77.
Senate Bill 77 by Senator Henriksen, also Representative Froelich, concerning prohibiting the inclusion of certain terms in a broker engagement contract.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and my co-sponsor on this. I move Senate Bill 77.
To the bill.
Thank you. This bill is super controversial. Passed unanimously out of the Senate and unanimously recently out of our committee, and it has to do with unethical practices in the real estate business that lock people into 40-year-long brokerage and other agreements and places liens on their property if they don't comply.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly was not aware of this when it first got brought to our attention in committee. But one of the things that I always like to make sure do from a business standpoint, and I think we should be doing from a legislative, is to be proactive wherever we can. And while there were a small number of cases where people were being taken advantage of, trying to stop that early on makes a great deal of sense to me. And I ask for an aye vote, by the way.
Members are lining up at the well to speak on this bill. I don't know who to call on first. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 77. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Aye. The ayes have it, and the bill passes. Is there a majority leader in the House? Madam Assistant Majority Leader? Madam Majority Leader?
Thank you. I move to rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1202 as amended, 1219 as amended, passed on second reading in order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 77 passed on second reading in order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy. You have heard the motion. There are amendments on the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the DeGraff amendment to House Bill 1202 to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bradley Amendment L6 to House Bill 1202 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1202 as amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move the Bradley Amendment to L006.
Representative.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Representative DeGraff, it is your amendment.
Okay.
And it is properly displayed.
Thank you. I move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bradley Amendment L006, HB 23 to HB 23-1202 to show that said amendment passed and that HB 23-1202 as amended passed. To read, a municipality shall not authorize the operation of an overdose prevention center within 2,000 feet of a school licensed child care facility, playground, health care facility, or senior center.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye, 36 no, and 5 excused, the DeGraff Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Armagost Amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Weinberg Amendment L8 to House Bill 1219 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1219 as amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move to amend the report of the Committee to the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following SOPR amendment and to show that said amendment passed and that HB 23-1219 as amended passed. And ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Representative Armagost, did you have more to say?
No.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 38 no, and 5 excused, the Armagost Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title, please read the Bottoms Amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Bottoms moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Wilson Amendment L29 to House Bill 1219 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1219 is amended passed.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole.
You can move for the adoption of the amendment.
Yes, I move for the adoption of the amendment, the Committee of the Whole. Is that better?
Thank you very much. And ask that it be displayed. It is properly displayed.
And properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative Bottoms. Any further discussion?
This was like a week ago. I don't even remember what we were talking about, but please vote for this.
Representative Froelich?
Thank you. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Bottoms Amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez votes no. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 41 no, and 5 excused, the Bottoms Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Bradfield Amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Bradfield moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment L18 to House Bill 1219 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1219 as amended passed.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to move amendment, I can't see the number. Yeah, L018 to HB 23-1219.
And it is properly displayed. Any further discussion, Rep. Bradfield?
I just want to read what it says. It says the sale of a firearm to a person who has reason to fear for the person's life or the life of another person. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Bradfield Amendment to House Bill 1219 of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 38 no, and 5 excused, the Bradfield Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Bradley Amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Bradley moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment L20 to House Bill 1219 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1219 is amended passed.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I move the Bradley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly displayed.
It's a great amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Froelich.
We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Bradley Amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez votes no. Please close the machine. With 25 aye, 35 no, 5 excused, the Bradley amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first of the Frizzell amendments to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following SOPR Amendment L43 to House Bill 1219 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1219 as amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker. Excuse me. Madam Speaker, I move the first Frizzell amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, and I ask for it to be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. This amendment says that the sale of a firearm to a person who has been the victim of a sexual offense described in Part 4 of Article 3 of this Title 18, if the alleged perpetrator of the crime is not in the custody of a law enforcement agency. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Frizzell amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye, 36 no, and 5 excused, the first Frizzell amendment to House Bill 1219 is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Frizzell amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following SOPR Amendment L42 to House Bill 1219 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1219 as amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Frizzell amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, and I ask for it to be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. This amendment inserts the terms, allows the sale of a firearm to a survivor of an attempted homicide if the alleged perpetrator of the crime is not in the custody of a law enforcement agency. I urge an aye vote, please.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Frizzell amendment to House Bill 1219 of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 37 no, and 5 excused, the second Frizzell amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Holtorf amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Holtorf moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following SOPR Amendment L23 to House Bill 1219 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1219 as amended passed.
Representative Holtorf.
Madam Speaker, I move the Holtorf Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to point out the importance of this amendment because it is the only true cow amendment that protects cattle. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask for a no vote on this cow amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Holtorf Amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 38 no, and 5 excused, the Holtorf Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Luck Amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Luck moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Luck Amendment L45 to House Bill 1219 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1219 as amended passed.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask for an aye vote. And ask that it be displayed. And thank you for already displaying it.
It is properly displayed. Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Luck Amendment to House Bill 1219 of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez votes no. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 41 no, and 5 excused, the Luck Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Puglisi Amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Puglisi moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Puglisi Amendment L40 to House Bill 1219 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1219 as amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Puglisi Amendment L040 to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This would exempt victims of a sexual offense, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Puglisi Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez votes no. Madam Majority Leader. Please close the machine. With 24 aye, 36 no, and 5 excused, the first Puglisi Amendment is lost. Assistant Minority Leader, Mr. Shebel, please read the second Puglisi amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Puglisi moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Puglisi amendment, L41 to House Bill 1219, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1219 as amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Puglisi Amendment L041 to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This would exempt the sale of a firearm to the victim of a domestic violence offense, and I strongly urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Puglisi amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez votes no. Please close the machine. With 25 aye, 35 no, and 5 excused, the second Puglisi amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Soper amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper amendment, L15 to House Bill 1219, to show that said amendment passed that House Bill 1219 as amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Soper amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Soper amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye, 36 no, and 5 excused, the Soper amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Taggart amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Taggart moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper amendment, L14 to House Bill 1219, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1219 as amended passed.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Taggart Amendment to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed properly.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
These particular lines on page 4 talk about a local government may enact its own ordinance on this particular subject. And I have a couple of concerns about that. One, it's going to create a patchwork all across the state, and 2, it's going to give a competitive advantage in one market versus another market, and I don't think we should be enacting a part of this bill that gives one retailer a competitive advantage over another retailer.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is already in statute, and we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Taggart Amendment to House Bill 1219 to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 37 no, and 5 excused, the Taggart Amendment is lost. Members, there are no further amendments at the desk. The question now before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hamrick votes yes. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez votes yes. Representative Byrd. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 19 no, and 5 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Announcements. Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the House Health and Insurance Committee, our previously scheduled meeting is for upon adjournment. I'm going to go ahead and say we will start at noon so that everyone can get a few hours of sleep. We'll be hearing House Bills 1225 and 1224 in House Committee Room 112. Again, that will be at noon today. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Good morning, members. So I am here to just remind you that we will be meeting in House Appropriations this morning in, I believe, the Old State Library. If you have a bill and you don't have any L amendments on your bill, which I think is everybody but Representative Wilford for House Bill 1077, and you would rather go home and take a shower and change your clothes, you are fine to not come to appropriations, assuming that the speaker is okay with that. Maybe that's not okay. We will get back to you on that. But we were trying to give you a bit of a break. So, but that might not work. So at any rate, check your list, and I'm not going to belabor the point, but House Appropriations, 8:30, Old State Library, and I guess I will see you there.
Thank you, Representative Byrd. Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and good morning, everyone. In light of the foregoing announcements, I think we're all going home or not at different times, but after the night we've had, I just wanted to say on a human level, if you are driving home, do so safely. Nobody is at their best operating a motor vehicle tired. Be careful out there.
Thank you. Members, I have an announcement. Representative Froelich will replace Representative Herod on appropriations for committee today only, and Representative Lindstedt will replace Representative Judah on appropriations committee for today only. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House adjourn until 10 a.m. on Saturday, March 11th.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment until 10 a.m. on Saturday, March 11th.